Secretary General and Head of the Civil Service, National Assembly members, religious leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, distinguished keynote speakers, moderators and discussants, MSDG Project Director and MSDG team, members of the Gambian Diaspora, the 8th region of the Gambia, Gambians at home and abroad, friends of the Gambia, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. My name is Nene Bojang, Vice Chair of Gambia House, presenter at Mammoth Media. It is my privilege and honor to be the moderator of the 4th Stake in the Nation Forum, SNF4. On behalf of Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia Project, MSDG, we wish you all a safe, healthy, happy, and prosperous New Year. Welcome to SNF4, and we welcome to the first online version of SNF. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the 4th Stake in the Nation Forum, SNF4, is being held online. For best management of the online proceedings, which has a higher number of participants, and to minimize audio and visual disruptions, NSF4 is using the Zoom webinar format. With this format, only the speakers have access to camera and a microphone. Participants who want to speak during the workshop can click the raise hand button. When they are called by the moderator, their video and microphone will be activated. Participants can also write their comments in the chat box and questions in the question and answer box. Stake in the Nation Forum is mandated as an annual consultative event in the Gambian Diaspora Strategy and Gambia National Development Plan, NDP. The purpose is to enable the Gambian diaspora, the 8th region of the country, to, and I quote, engage with government ministries, departments and agencies, as well as NGOs and CSOs on a wide range of development matters to contribute to formal policy, as well as strategic, thematic and sectorial consultations initiated by different government and quasi-government institutions, unquote. On behalf of MSDG, we express sincere gratitude to participants and audiences for joining us in the deliberations of SNF4. We express a special thanks to all the Gambia and diaspora media platforms for their cooperation and assistance in live streaming this forum, thereby extending and widening the audience of this important consultative dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, in moving to an online format, SNF4 became a 2-day virtual event. Instead of the 1-day homecoming, networking and consultative meeting and reunion it has been in the past 3 years. We seek to get the most out of the online format, but MSDG acknowledges that we do in fact miss the joyous energy of physical interaction facilitated by the previous forums. Gambia diaspora from different parts of the world with varied professional and occupational backgrounds used to meet with ministers, governors, civil servants, development workers, students, young activists and community leaders to discuss, debate, connect, negotiate, plan and engage on the how and when of different aspects of Gambian development. SNF is indeed only 3 years old. But we already feel nostalgic because prior to 2017, dictatorship denied us such cordial and productive interaction and engagement between the diaspora and the public and development sector in our own country. Yesterday, Friday, 8th of January 2021, was day 1 of SNF4. Thousands of Gambians across the world accessed the live stream through the different media and online platforms. they witnessed the historical launch of recordings of traditional Gambian lullabies commissioned by the MSDG project and Yaram Arts. The project shall make these songs available to download free of charge. The songs can be used especially by families in the diaspora to introduce children to Gambian languages and culture, whilst enjoying what Mr. James Jegan Bahum calls, I quote, the lyrical whimsy of Mba Nyaling Wo, the melodious yearnings of Bul Joyce Samanene, the rhythmic ditty of Sona Mariama, and the soothing charm of Ayo Nene, unquote. MSDG expresses its thanks and gratitude to Mr. Njok Malik Jeng, Director of Yaram Arts. The diaspora singers Miss Amisheri and Miss Kumba Kuyate, the Gambia Police Band, and Mohawk of Block Entertainment Group for accomplishing the recordings of the first set of lullabies to be released by the project. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, Friday, 8th of January 2021, as part of day one of SNF4, we had the pleasure to listen and learn about Gambian cultural development from an illustrious panel of experts and practitioners. MSDG expresses its thanks to Professor Pierre Gomez, Deputy Vice-Chancellor Academics, the University of the Gambia, for moderating yesterday's successful workshop on appreciating and advancing Gambia culture in a changing world. Special thanks for the insights and passion of the two keynote speakers, none other than the internationally acclaimed award-winning musician Miss Sona Jobate and the multi-talented academic writer and publisher Dr. Momodu Sala of the Montfort University. And for sharing their specialist knowledge, we thank the workshop panelists, namely Dr. Cherno Omar Bari, President of the Writers Association of the Gambia, Ms. Khadija George Cisse, MBE, writer, publisher, and co-founder of Mboka Festival, Mr. Hasum Cisse, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture, Mr. Njok Malik Jeng, music promoter and director of Yaram Arts, Mr. Abdul Karim Wagan Fai, co-founder, Open Mic Festival, and Professor Bala Saho, the Department of History, University of Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Saturday, the 9th of January 2021, is day 2 of the SNF4. There are 3 elements to today's amazing program. As has become a tradition, proceedings will start with the formal opening statements under the auspices of the President of the Republic of the Gambia. This will be followed by a workshop at 2:30 p.m. on the topic of development review, lessons, actions, and diaspora input. After a short break, following the first workshop, we'll have another interactive session at 4:30 p.m. on the topic of Gambian diaspora voting and representation, actions, and logistics. The first workshop at 2:30 p.m. on developmental review will be moderated by Dr. Amina Silla, Assistant Professor, Towson University, Maryland, and the keynote speakers are Honorable Mambure Njai, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, and Mr. Pasamba Jau, Vice Chair, Democratic Union of Gambian Activists, Duga, and the co-host of For the People, by the People show. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussants for this workshop are Mr. Idrissa Mas Job, the President of the Gambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GCCI, Ms. Musu Komaba, Country Director, Child Fund International, Gambia, Mr. Mar Nyang, Executive Director, Gambia Participates, Mr. Fode Singate, CEO, Sa Farima Singate Foundation, Ms. Fantajata Sow, Acting Head of Programs and Policy, Action Aid International, Gambia. Mr. Amadou Gay, development practitioner and international development specialist, and Ms. Elizabeth Sose Banya, accountant and company director. The second workshop, ladies and gentlemen, at 4:30 p.m. on Gambian Diaspora voting representation will be moderated by Ms. Fatou Moloshi, presenter, Gambia Radio and Television Services, GRTS. And the keynote speakers are Honorable Sidia Jata, the Chair, National Assembly, Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and Mr. James Jegan Bahum, MSDG Project Advisor, who also has a guest speaker, the Honorable Abubakar Jallo, diaspora member of the 13th Legislative National Assembly of Senegal, representing the Americas and Oceania. The discussants for these workshops are Mr. Sambujan Jai, Chief Electoral Officer, the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, Mr. Cherno Omar Kebe, Government Economist and Researcher, Dr. Satang Nabane, Founder and Director, Law Hub Gambia, Ms. Sophie Cisse, Executive African Immigrant Caucus and a founding member of DUGA, and Mr. Joseph Joey Goswell, Gambian Elections Analyst. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention. As I reported on yesterday's proceedings and presented a program for today, we shall now proceed to the first part of the substantive program, being the formal opening statements.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Alhaji Adama Barrow, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols duly observed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May peace and the blessings of Allah be upon all of you. Allahumma, we thank you for allowing us to virtually gather here today for the 4th year in a row in order to continue as a nation this consultative dialogue that began 4 years ago. It is a dialogue between the daughters, the sons and daughters, between our sons and daughters in the diaspora and these Gambian state actors and non-state actors in developmental matters, so that the intellectual, technical, and moral resources of our sons and daughters in the diaspora can be tapped into and harnessed and put to good use in the development and service of our motherland. Allahumma, as we, as a nation, embark on that difficult task in an extraordinarily difficult year, we, more than any time past, need your mercy and blessings for this gathering. And we are more than confident of your presence and goodwill. For you have said in the Holy Scripture, أَمَنْ يُجِيبُ الْمُضْطَرَّ إِذَا دَعَاهُ وَيَكْشِفُ السُّوءَ وَيَجْعَلُكُمْ خُلَفَاءَ الْأَرْضِ أَإِلَهٌ مَعَ اللَّهِ قَلِيلًا مَا تَذَكَّرُونَ. Is he not best who responds to the desperate one when he calls upon him and removes from him evil and difficulty and makes you inheritors of the earth? Allahumma, we fervently implore you, as we have virtually gathered here today, to bring together the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters in the diaspora, and those of the movers and shakers of our beloved nation, absence of which bringing to fruition our national objectives will become difficult. For you have taught in the Holy Quran that unity and collective enterprise is key to communal success. And you have said, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا وَاذْكُرُوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذْ كُنْتُمْ أَعْدَاءً فَأَلَّفَ بَيْنَ قُلُوبِكُمْ فَأَصْبَحْتُمْ بِنِعْمَتِهِ إِخْوَانًا. And hold firmly to the rope of God, all of you together, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of God upon you, when you were enemies of each other, and he brought your hearts together, and you became, by his favor, brothers and sisters again. And you were on the edge of a pit of fire, and he saved you from it. Thus does God make clear to you his miracles, that you may be guided. Allahumma, we invoke your most sacred names to protect our sons and daughters in the diaspora from being distracted, and provide them with the wherewithal and good sense to come back to the motherland to contribute their quota in the rebuilding of the land of their forefathers. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وسبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God of nations, we come before you this hour to celebrate all that you have done for us and through us. Lord God, even as we are gathered today as your people in this fourth stake in the Nations Forum, Father, we commit this nation into your hands, for we know, O God, you are the God of nations, the God who built and the God who sustains the nation. Before you today, O God, we stand, celebrating all that you have done for us. Even though, God, this year 2020 is a hard year, but yet, God, you have kept this nation and you have kept your people. The people who are called by your name, the people that you have established here in this nation. Lord God, you say to us, you are the God who delivers, and you are the God who leads the nations. You said in your word, O God, that you are the God who watches over nations. For if you don't watch over a nation, the watchman will watch but in vain. And so today, O God, we know and we admit that you are the God who has watched over this nation all these years. And Lord God, we celebrate and we give you thanks and praise. And this hour, God, we commit our president into your hands. We commit all the leaders of this nation in your hands. That Lord God, they will continue to walk and continue to do that which is right. Lord God, you are our deliverer. And we pray for our nation and our leaders to turn towards righteousness and away from evil. May we not be leveling what is good evil, or what is evil as good. Father, we commit them into your hands, that they will continue to work and continue to guide and lead these nations. And Lord God, we pray that at last they will continue to know that you are the God who has given them power, given them all authority. So Father, there is a day of reckoning. And so we celebrate all that you have done for us and which you will still do for us. So we commit ourselves in the name that's above every name, the name Jesus. Father, mention of the name Jesus, every knee bows and every tongue confess that you alone, you are the Christ. And so we celebrate you and we commit everything into your hands. We ask this to your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is thy kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The peace of the Lord be with you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Amin. That was an honor to hear from Imam Alhaji Basiru Drame and Reverend Pierre Thomas Bass, who just led us with the formal opening statements and prayers. We're thanking them for their prayers and blessings. Every year, at the start of the Stake in the Nation Forum, with great anticipation, we get to hear from the central bank about the volume of inflows of remittances in the preceding year. It is my honor, therefore, to invite Dr. Sekou Jabi, first Deputy Governor representing the Governor of the Central Bank of the Gambia, to announce the 2020 remittance figures.
Good morning to you all. I should have the Governor of the Central Bank, Honorable Boa Sedi, to do this presentation, but he's busy with other engagements. He has asked me to represent him to read the statement. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Ministers, the Chairman of the IEC, Independent Electoral Commission, the Ambassador of Switzerland to the Gambia, the MSDG Program Director, Professor Jibril Fah, Directors of the Central Bank, or stakeholders, the press, and all other protocols duly observed. I have a simple task, and that is to announce the level of remittances for year 2020. However, I must say that this is a preliminary data. We don't have all the data with us yet, because it's just a few days after end December. The remittance volumes considerably increased in year 2020, despite the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. Contrary to expectations, the Gambia has recorded an increased remittance volume from $329.79 million in 2019, equivalent to $16.98 billion, to a preliminary data of $578.5 million, equivalent to $29.6 billion in 2020. This represents 48.1% of the GDP and a growth of $248.7 million over last year, or 75.4% over 2019 levels. The marked increase in remittances volumes has been largely driven by the following. With restricted travels in COVID-19, all informal remittances were forced to be on formal remittance platforms. Additionally, the central bank has improved its data recording systems by introducing software for the FX Bureau's market segments. Thirdly, improved capture of increased number of MTOs operating in the Gambian market. These three contributed to the marked increase in our remittance volumes. The process to utilize electronic software would ensure more accurate and timely data collection, and this will enhance our periodic monitoring. That's the end of the statement. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. The Honorable First Deputy Governor here representing the Governor has rightly given you the figures, and we are just to buttress on the events leading to those impressive figures. I mean, what has happened during the course of 2020 has been, despite the advent of the COVID, as he rightly stated, the Gambian market has registered improved remittance volumes, and this shows the significance of the diaspora towards the development of this economy. About 29 billion is a staggering amount. I mean, this reflects on the lives of the ordinary Gambians. I mean, it also shows the impact the diaspora is having on the Gambian people. What we have noticed in these volumes is that most of it has come because of effective monitoring and compliance by the regulated institutions which deal with the money transfer operators. We must note here that the Central Bank of the Gambia does not register these money transfer operators, but do have to approve the relationship of those money transfer operators with the financial institutions licensed and operating in this country. And in this view, we have come up with some mechanism, particularly electronic monitoring, by introducing a software to one of our most, the large segment of our market in the FX sector, which is the Forex bureaus, where we have about 120 players. I mean, with this software, we were able to realize that some of them were dealing with some local money transfer operators, but they do not have the idea that those data were supposed to be reported to us. And because from that electronic software, we can sit here and see what our regulators are doing. I mean, we were able to identify to them one of these transactions you are doing is supposed to be reported as a remittance figure. And this has enhanced the level of data we have collected from that sector. If you look at the data, the expansion from 329 to 572, we're talking about over $200 million increase in the market. And we believe with our continuous monitoring and regulation, we are going to see a robust foreign exchange market and a robust remittance market sector. And we believe this will continue to impact on the life of many ordinary Gambians. Thank you.
We're thanking both Dr. Sekou Jabi and Karafa Jobate for that information. Yeah. Interim remittances figures of $578.8 million US, that is $29.6 billion and counting. Once again, the 8th region of the Gambia diaspora contributes disproportionately higher than any sector or region of the country. In 2020, the year of COVID-19 pandemic, the diaspora, being less than 10% of the population, contributed a staggering 48.1% of GDP, according to the Central Bank of the Gambia. Your country is proud of you. It is now my honor to invite Her Excellency Dr. Marian Weschelt-Krupski.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Gambia,
ladies and gentlemen, the diaspora continues to be a huge contributors in the Gambia National Development. As we wait for the ambassador's video to come online, you can continue to be proud of yourselves and continue to contribute as much as you can in the different sectors.
Mr. President of the Gambia, Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament, Governor of the Central Bank of the Gambia, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mrs. Elizabeth Sosé Cissé Benya, Diaspora Keynote Speaker, Professor Jibril Fall, MSDG Project Director, religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased and honoured to be part of the formal opening session for the 4th edition of the Stake in the Nation Forum. Switzerland has supported this important forum since its inception in 2018, and I have had the pleasure to assist personally every single Stake in the Nation Forum since then. This forum is now an integral part at the start of every new year. Even COVID-19 could not prevent the forum to be held. I commend the organisers for their perseverance and their relentless dedication, without which this online version of the forum would have never taken place. Switzerland remains a proud partner of this annual consultative event. Switzerland joins all parties in the implementation of the Gambian Diaspora Strategy, its National Development Plan, and reiterates its willingness for continuous exchange. A continuous exchange is indeed essential for achieving the goals of the migration and sustainable development in the Gambia project. This year's topic, looking backward, moving forward, allows us not only to look back on the past 3 years, but also to learn from the challenges faced, especially those which arose during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, we were all confronted with many uncertainties, and this forced us to be flexible, to adapt constantly, and to seek innovative solutions. Our partner organizations, notably GK Partners, demonstrated great adaptability by adjusting their projects to the new reality that the pandemic brought. The full extent of the global economic recession is yet unclear. What is clear, however, is that the deteriorating socio-economic situation will likely further negatively affect already vulnerable migrants. The role of the diaspora remains particularly important in this context, not only because the diaspora contributes to the development of the country of origin, but also because the diaspora itself has been heavily affected by the pandemic. The situation of the diaspora has become more fragile during the pandemic period. Switzerland, in partnership with the United Kingdom, initiated a global call to action on remittances in crisis, how to keep them flowing. This call to action was prominently launched at the highest political level in May 2020. The initiative advocates for measures to facilitate the flow of remittances in times of COVID-19. It attracted considerable political attention, with 30 UN member states and many other stakeholders joining the call for action. Through the global call to action, Switzerland hopes to increase awareness and to find solutions for the potentially devastating effects of the pandemic of international remittance transfers. The element moving forward of this year's topic inspires hope that the important achievements of last year will yield positive impacts in the coming years. I'm thinking above all of the agreement on migration matters, which the Gambia and Switzerland have negotiated this year. Next week, a high-level Gambian delegation will travel to Switzerland to sign this agreement that will contribute to further strengthening the partnership between our two countries. This agreement is indeed an expression of trust between our countries and allows to intensify our collaboration in migration matters. I would also like to highlight that the Swiss Development Corporation will focus its new migration program in West Africa on labour migration. One of the 3 components of this new program will focus on the role of migrants as actors for sustainable development. The experiences gained from this whole of society approach that was implemented in the Gambia, that is, cooperation with government, civil society and private sector, these experiences are of great value. With regard to this whole of society approach, I am very eager to learn about the current state of implementation and future priorities of the Gambian Diaspora Strategy, as well as the National Development Plan. Let me close by wishing all of you fruitful exchanges today and by reiterating Switzerland's commitment to the Stake in the Nation Forum initiative and its objective to strengthen the contribution of migrants to sustainable development. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, GK Partners, for your invitation to the 4th Stake in the Nation Forum.
For those of you just joining us, Her Excellency Dr. Marian Weschelt-Krupski, Switzerland's ambassador to the Gambia, just delivered her statement. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure seeing you again at SNF. We thank you for the Swiss government's continued support to the MSDG project and partnership with GK Partners. We are pleased that the Swiss-Gambia Relations and Development Corporation is growing stronger. It's now my honor to invite Miss Elizabeth Sauce-Cisse Banya, Accountant and Company Director, to deliver her statement as the Diaspora Keynote Speaker for SNF4. My friend Sauce, over to you.
Thank you, Nana. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Dr. Aissatou Touré, Her Excellency, the Swiss Ambassador to the Gambia, Dr. Marian Krupski, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Ali Momanjai, Professor Jibril Fall, Chair of MSDG, dignitaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Gambians. The NDP recognizes the Gambian diaspora as an enabler of national development. Therefore, the Gambian diaspora as the 8th region of the Gambia was a welcomed pronouncement. This was further reinforced by the promise of a Gambian Diaspora Directorate. Operationalizing these promises will be welcomed. The think tank, the JANI Commission, the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission, the Constitutional Review Commission, the Security Sector Reform were the bedrock of our transitional agenda. Looking at the first strategic objective on the NDP website, and I quote, 7 regions reached with the sensitization of the SSR, end quote. The SSR being the Security Sector Reform. 1 region is missing, the 8th. In building relationships, real commitment and sincerity is a necessity. The JANI Commission catalogued comprehensive and factual blatant abuse of power and attack on our sovereign wealth and against private individuals as well. The report is available to Gambians at an eye-watering price of $6,000. We would have appreciated a full implementation of the recommendations of the said report. Transitional justice became a buzzword, never again a household phrase, and an announcement of the long-awaited security sector reform was the cherry on the cake. Atrocities that citizens could not voice out or believe during the years of tyranny, and snippets of which could only be heard on online radios, newspapers such as Freedom Newspaper, amongst others, were played out daily for all to hear at the TRRC. The contributions of online newspapers and radios in sensitizing citizens, disseminating information, and holding government to account where possible has been an invaluable service to Gambians and friends of the Gambia. Looking back and moving forward, upon release of the issues document by the CRC, a 10-week program of sensitization and discussions was facilitated by Gambians in the diaspora to ensure full participation. The CRC engaged the Gambian diaspora, visited, and the response was positive. Submissions were made by individuals and groups. The excitement due to active participation in determining the laws that govern us was almost euphoric. The draft constitution and possible birth of a new republic was highly anticipated. There were concerns, there was excitement, and there was noise. Discussions on the draft constitution were rife in the diaspora and online radios. They partnered with Gambia House, the Gambian Diaspora, Article 19, MSDG, and the CRC to provide a forum and discuss the clauses of the draft constitution. Gambians never got the opportunity to decide on one of the key factors that held them under the clutches of tyranny. Aspirations dashed, failed promises, and adjustments to leaving with the 1997 constitution became the new normal. The challenges facing the world are many. However, opportunities are enormous. How can Gambian diaspora partner with government to ensure that the Gambia can leapfrog onto a trail of sustainable economic and social development, that technological advances are tapped, and our challenges in sectors such as energy, health, agriculture, the environment, education, amongst others, are addressed. Deficits registered in the energy sector continue to hamper meaningful development. Environmental pollution and land grabbing for speculative purposes continue to pose real challenges. As we look back at the enthusiasm of all Gambians in 2016, the Gambian diaspora were not just mere spectators post-liberation. Associations such as GDHI and the Gambia Diaspora Club partnered with the Ministry of Health, refurbishing the children's ward, sent containers of medical supplies for hospitals. Still staying with the health sector, individuals and groups took to media platforms on sensitization and advocacy. The emergence of COVID-19 in the diaspora has been a game changer in the way we do business. Gambians took to the media, organized Gambian diaspora doctors and healthcare personnel to sensitize Gambians and reach out to the Ministry of Health to offer their services to ensure that their expertise and experience can be leveraged on. Diaspora organizations and communities rallied around to provide hand sanitizers, masks, food rations for the vulnerable as well. Let us not rest on our laurels. The second wave and a new variant are raging havoc in the West. In the diaspora, working from home and homeschooling became a reality. One wonders what the effect will be to a child in Nyoro, Saringai, or Pakaliba compared to a child with access to a laptop, internet connectivity, and uninterrupted power supply. The ramifications of these inequalities are far from being quantified. Had the Diaspora Directorate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs been fully operational and accessible, the Gambian diaspora experience and expertise could have been easily leveraged to plug gaps in both public and private sectors in the Gambia. The human capital in country and within the diaspora is enough to socially, economically, technologically, and culturally transform the Gambia into a viable nation. Cooperation between government and its citizens is necessary to ensure sustainable gains continue to be registered. The annual Nordic Gambian Investment Forum was launched in 2018 by the Gambia House in Norway. Work done by organizations such as Signara in partnership with Greenwave to introduce environmentally friendly organic plant-based fertilizers, Treasure Warrior Women, Moro Farms, Fossil Clothing, Ajifanta Bakeries, Global Hands Publishing, and the Mandua Development Hub, amongst others, highlights the entrepreneurial prowess of Gambians. Swift action by Lovett Jallow in Sweden to rescue Gambian domestic workers stranded in the Middle East, and the Gambian Academy set up by Sojabate are commendable. The summer of 2020 will go down in history as one in which some of the dangers faced by the Gambians in the diaspora was beamed across the globe for 8 minutes and 42 seconds. The phrase, "I can't breathe," and "take your knee off our necks," as articulated by Al Sharpton, highlights some of the dangers Gambians face in the diaspora while staying along the narrow paths of the law. Our resilience forces us to stray out into the unknown, to ensure food is on the table for families, friends, and communities. In 2020, despite the harsh economic realities, threats to jobs did not cause a fall in remittances. For the first time, more than 500 million, yes, you had me right, more than $500 million of remittances was registered. Gachengalama, ala baraka, ajarama, una tenki. An increase in well over 73% from 2019 and well over 48% of GDP. These figures exclude the informal corridors. Diaspora remittances bucked the trend amid speculations of donor fatigue. The resilience of Gambians to continue to underwrite the lives of families and friends and communities could not have been clearer. Looking back and moving forward, we celebrate the entrepreneurs who have set up money transfer agencies and have ensured a move from monopolistic tendencies by some players in the market. We are grateful to the Central Bank Gambia in its engagement and untiring effort to ensure that remittance rates are lowered. While swings in some corridors remain high, we hope 2021 will be a year in which more gains will be registered in terms of rate reduction. Looking back and moving forward, one laments on the lost opportunities for Gambians to invest in the much anticipated diaspora bond. I urge the government of the Gambia to commit to the Gambian Diaspora Bond. This can be used to leverage capital from the diaspora for funding of private investments post-COVID-19, when the rapid global realignment starts, and hopefully Gambia will be poised to take advantage of the new opportunities. We welcome the move to have all investments done through GAIPA, thus ensuring centralization of services and harnessing the skills required in one focal point. We urge further investment in capacity building and improvement on key indicators for ease of doing business to ensure GAIPA becomes an efficient gateway for investments in the Gambia. Looking back and moving forward, we celebrate the setting up of the National Human Rights Commission and welcome the establishment of oversight agencies that help to safeguard our democracy and newfound freedom. Defining good governance is the easy part any country has to deal with. Operationalizing the concept where discipline is required to walk the tightrope is what remains difficult. As we jealously guard our budding democracy and our freedoms, let's realize that our rights are joined to the hip with the accompanying responsibilities. The rich cultures of our shores have been exported to our host nations. The annual Senegambia Carnival organized by Yaram Arts, ALD commemorations and other social events organized by Ajera in the USA, Sangmari and Gamo celebrations, school reunions, Gambian Cultural Week in Sweden, honoring of legends in sport and music in England, USA, and Norway, to name a few of the events that ensures the Gambian diaspora keeps in touch with its culture and the arts. An MOU has been signed between the Gambia National Arts Council, Gambia House, and a network of musicians based in the Nordics. Looking back and moving forward, no sooner had the new government settled in, Gambians in the diaspora set up a petition to ensure the IEC fulfills a legal obligation to extend the franchise to all Gambians. This was after a failed attempt in 2001 by the MSDG Movement for the Restoration of Democracy, Gambia, to ensure that the franchise was extended. We were promised diaspora voting. Unfortunately, the registration that was scheduled for some time this year has now been postponed. I urge all Gambians, both at home and in the diaspora, to register and exercise our franchise. I urge all political parties to work with the IEC to ensure that the repressive laws discriminating against Gambians in the diaspora from holding executive positions in their parties are repealed. Diaspora representation at the level of the National Assembly has now got to become a reality. A fully functioning Gambian Diaspora Directorate could have been the conduit through which the IEC and institutions such as GAIPA extend their partnership with the diaspora. The lack of meaningful relationship between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Gambian diaspora it seeks to represent is most unfortunate. Looking back and moving forward, as we march towards nation building, this gives an opportunity for Gambia and her children to sincerely take stock, not through rose-tinted spectacles, but with the sincerity that it deserves. The success of a nation does not rest with an individual, a tribe, a region, or a religious group. A nation is developed when there is unity of purpose, with a clear conscience, ensuring that the youths who comprise over 40% of our population are front, center, and back of all decisions. The hemorrhaging of youths as a result of the backway syndrome and the loss of lives in the Mediterranean Sea is enough to have triggered our collective conscience. This calls for an urgent refocus. In the true words of Theodore Roosevelt, and I quote, "This country will not be a good place for any of us to live in unless we make it a good place for all of us to live in." Looking back and moving forward, the 2016 elections will go down in the annals of history as spelling out what can be achieved when citizens are organized and determined. Once again, we as Gambians globally will be called on to decide our fate in December 2021. Whom we want to subcontract our development agenda to, and by doing so without ambiguity, spell out the type of country that we want. That decision rests solely with us. I urge all not to take it lightly. Let's spell out what we want. Let's also spell out what we do not want and identify whom we hand over the reins of our development agenda to. I thank the MSDG for giving me the opportunity to represent the diaspora. And to my fellow diasporans, I thank you for all the efforts that you're making in ensuring your country is a viable nation. I thank you all.
Thank you, Sister Elizabeth Sose Banya. As the diaspora keynote speaker, you have given us the most comprehensive and insightful analysis of the past 3 years and guidance for future cooperation. Thank you so much for presenting thoughts and views shared by many members of the diaspora. Thank you, Sose. It is now my honor to invite Alhaji Ali Momar Njai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, to deliver his statement.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Gambia, Honorable Ministers, Secretary General, Several members, ambassadors, governors, religious leaders, members of the Gambian Diaspora, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, at the third stage in the National Forum, I stated that the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, envisaged a relationship whereby the diaspora, the 8th region of the Gambia, will vote and voted for in Gambian elections. Today, it is my privilege to provide you with an update as we move towards the election season of 2021-2022. In July 2020, we, the IEC, published the voter registration calendar, announcing that diaspora voter registration will take place between 1st and 31st July 2021. This timeline remains in place. Although we have recently announced a delay in the start of voter registration in the Gambia, the dates of out-of-country diaspora voter registration remains July 2021. In line with our responsibilities, together with partners and stakeholders, we will embark on specific diaspora voter education in the coming months. However, I now take this opportunity to remind Gambians in the diaspora to get your proofs of identity ready in good time for voter registration. You will need to show valid Gambian passport, Gambian identity card, Gambian birth certificate in order to be registered on the out-of-country diaspora voter register. Any one of these documents can prove your Gambian citizenship and your eligibility to be registered. At this forum last year, I stated that the conduct of elections is the business of all citizens and stakeholders, and the conduct of a credible election is characterized by inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and competitiveness. In line with these purposes, the IC will continue to collaborate with stakeholders and seek credible technical guidance regarding the operations and logistics of diaspora voter registration and diaspora voting in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to 2021 as the year when, for the first time, the Gambian diaspora are given the vote to practice. In practice, I would like to call attention to some of the limitations of out-of-country diaspora voting. It will not be practicable and feasible for the IEC to set up voter registration in centers, in polling stations, and polling stations in each and every one of the hundreds of foreign countries, cities, and towns where Gambians reside. Instead, the IEC will follow international best practice in out-of-country voting by setting up voter registration centers and polling stations in the countries, cities, and towns with the highest concentration of Gambian residents based on credible diaspora population research. As such, we will collaborate with diaspora and civil society organizations on diaspora voter education so that the selected countries, cities, and towns are published in good time amongst the Gambian diaspora. As it is the experience of other countries, we expect that Gambians in the diaspora may have to travel from afar to go to these electoral locations both for registration and voting. This may affect the size of voter registration and election voter turnout. But the right of Gambians in the diaspora to vote and be voted for is planned. Diaspora voting will start in 2021. As it is with the diaspora, they have always to go to the extra mile, so to speak, to make their contributions to Gambian development. Many thanks and appreciation for the organizers, GK partners, and may Allah answer our prayers. With this, I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
For those of you just joining us, Alhaji Aliu Momaranjai, the chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC, has just delivered his statement. A very reassuring statement indeed from the IEC chairman. He said, and I quote, "Although we have recently announced a delay in the start of voter registration in the Gambia, the dates of out-of-country diaspora voter registration remain July 2021, unquote. Chairman, thank you for the advice to the diaspora to get proofs of identity ready in good time for voter registration. Those proofs being a valid Gambian passport, Gambian identity card, or Gambian birth certificate." It is now my honor to invite Professor Jibril Fall, the Director of GK Partners and the MSDG project, to deliver his statement.
Your Excellency, Vice President Dr. Aissatou Touré, Honorable Ministers, Secretary General and Head of the Civil Service, National Assembly members, Weshel Krupski, Alhaji Ali Momanjai, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission. I give you my greetings from lockdown London. My special greetings to Nene Bojang for being the moderator of SNF4, and heartfelt gratitude to Elizabeth Sose Sisebanya. Elizabeth has given us a roundup of the past 3 years, both touching on macro and micro elements of diaspora development. I am grateful that some of the points that I would have generally covered has been ably discussed by Elizabeth Sose. In this forum, SNF forum, there is never enough time to give a detailed analysis and report back on the activities of the MSDG project. So as usual, I would give highlights. 3 years after the Gambia Diaspora Strategy, as incorporated in the National Development Plan, it is useful to do a quick look back in order to see our failures, our successes, and our hesitations. Development work, as I keep reminding people, those of us in this area, we are in the business of failure. There is always more things to do than we can do. And the things that we do, it is staggering how incompetent we are. For the results we achieve are always far shorter than what the beneficiaries require. Nonetheless, we must not be despondent, for humanity is not marked by just its incompetency, but there are strokes of genius and there is unwavering drive and ambition to improve and to excel. The Gambia Diaspora Strategy had 14 commitments. 1 or 2 were procedural, and we could consider that they have been achieved. There are 3 or 4 which we can say there is no marked development in that area. I would give 2 examples. To develop structured process and mechanism for circular migration among medium and low-skilled Gambians. Virtually little has been done. In this forum, I won't go into the detailed analysis of why not. It is enough that we have not been able to do it. Similarly, the idea of a diaspora development fund, a pot of money that can co-finance projects developed by diaspora development organizations, had hardly moved as well. Then we have the middle bit, a number of things in which we've made significant progress, but we look at our handiwork and we want more. And I would give some examples of those before I focus on one or two of the areas that are more current and urgent. In the field of capacity development, getting awareness raising within public sector institutions in the UK, in Gambia, and amongst business entities about the important role of diaspora and how to interact and partner with diaspora, there is some medium level success. On remittances, the big targets to reduce the cost of remittances, as Elizabeth Sawson noted, there are major successes in some corridors where the cost of transfer are extremely low, perhaps hitting or even beating the United Nations target of 3% or lower. Yet we do find corridors where the costs are extremely high. In the area of networks, for diaspora development organizations to be connected, to form partnerships so as to create synergy and improve impact, again, we see only mid-level development. For us at MSDG and this project, COVID-19, like many others, were affected. COVID-19 had an effect on the project like many others. And decisions had to be made to recalibrate. And we made the decision to focus on what we thought were the most urgent matters. Number one in that area is on diaspora voting and representation. Not only important, but urgent in that there are deadlines relevant to these two issues. We've done a lot of cooperation with the government, the IEC, and we are very, very grateful for their openness and candor and for the technical work that we've been doing together. We give special as well to the National Assembly, especially the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, with whom we are doing technical work now on amendments of particular aspects, 3 aspects particularly of the 1997 Constitution, to lift 3 barriers. 1, to lift the barrier that Gambians with dual citizenship cannot serve as cabinet ministers, because the National Development Plan says that that ban would be lifted. As regards diaspora representation, the 1997 Constitution also puts a ban on Gambians with dual citizenship sitting in the National Assembly. That too need to be lifted. And the facilitative amendment that's needed is for the Constitution to allow the demarcation of diaspora constituencies, which can elect their representative to the National Assembly. I am pleased that this afternoon there would be a workshop on that, and the Chief Electoral Officer of the IEC will be on the panel with other experts who would be able to discuss and give us updates. But we are also reassured that the timeline for the diaspora voting remain intact. The other area that we focused work in the context of the pandemic was what we are now calling the Gambia Diaspora Technical Support Scheme. This we find, we are piloting it, we find that it is a mechanism that allows us to pick up some of the things that we've discussed in these SNF forums and bring them into reality as a form of catalyst. Just put a little bit of fire behind it and a little bit of fuel, hoping that it would have spark and momentum by itself. These have enabled us to work closer with the University of the Gambia, and we have plans in the coming months to make direct linkages with diaspora experts in different disciplines to have a more structured and sustainable engagement with the university and its many departments. We have also been using funds that would have been used for trading purposes to support directly a small number of diaspora organizations and development practitioners in their work as a form of leverage and as a form of startup fund. We are pleased to announce that one of these pilot partners, the Ida Bass Kidney Foundation, which set up the first kidney dialysis treatment unit in the Gambia, with very little support from us, they've been able to use and leverage their connections to send to Gambia the biggest consignment of masks, face masks for COVID-19 than any other the country have seen. In a day or two, a container of 1.6 million masks worth 500,000 pounds will arrive in Gambia, courtesy of Ida Bass Kidney Foundation and their partners. We feel that many diaspora organizations and actors who, with a very little bit of support, technical, financial, will be able to do things that are transformative in nature. I can see that we're nearing the time. I shall not take too much more of your time, but just to make a remark as to the difficulties and the complications we face when, as diaspora, we go back to work in Gambia. For me, it feels as if you are looking at thermal energy and having to make a decision. How much of it do you use as heat and how much of it do you use as warmth? So it's the same source of thermal energy. It is the balance between heat and warmth. I prefer warmth, but I have to admit that sometimes the warmth still gets you nowhere. The government reassures us that they will redouble their effort in helping us undo the bottlenecks. We believe in their commitment, and we look forward to enhance efficacy, effectiveness, and efficiency in the coming years. I thank you all and look forward to participating in the 2 workshops. And I hand over back to you, Nene. Thank you.
Thank you, OB Professor Jibril Fall, who is a mentor, a father figure, a brother, and a great role model for many Africans in the diaspora, not just Gambian, creating amazing platforms that we've all benefited and learned from, like platforms like Afford, Adapt, and advising many Gambian institutions like the Gambia House. So it's not a surprise that the MSDG project implemented in the Gambia continues to be one of the most successful and influential forums available to many of us. Now, Obi Fall was awarded by the Queen of England, and if I was the Queen of Gambia, I would personally award him every year for his remarkable efforts. Thank you, Professor Fall. Please continue to inspire us and make us all useful. And on that note, it is now my honor and pleasure to invite Her Excellency, Dr. Aissatou Touré, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, to deliver the SNF4 presidential address on behalf of His Excellency, President Adama Barrow.
We strive and work We pledge our firm allegiance, our promise we remember. Keep us, great God of nations, to the Gambia ever true.
Good morning, everybody. I am delivering this statement on behalf of His Excellency President Adam Barrow at the occasion of the fourth State of the Nation Forum with the theme, Looking Backwards, Moving Forward. Cabinet Ministers, Secretary General and Head of the Civil Service, members of the National Assembly, Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Ambassador of Switzerland to the Gambia, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, governors and mayors, Professor Jibril Fall, the MSDG Director, Mrs. Elizabeth Sose Sise Banja, the Diaspora Keynote Speaker, members of the Gambian Diaspora, religious and community leaders, members of the media fraternity, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. 3 years ago, in a joyful celebration and great anticipation, I inaugurated the first State in the Nation Forum. On that occasion, Gambians from all over the world happily gathered with the intention of meeting in person in their motherland, free from the repressive grip of dictatorship, to dialogue and discuss matters of national interest with ministers, government officials, representatives of non-governmental organizations, and other stakeholders, and build relationships for development ventures. On that day, on 13th January 2018, I was given the honor to declare the Gambian Diaspora the 8th region of the country, as acknowledged in the Gambia National Development Plan, NDP. 3 years on today, as I open the fourth State in the Nation Forum virtually, it is appropriate that we look backward to learn lessons that will help us move forward to attain sustained economic growth and sustainable development in the Gambia. The excitement that 2018 had ushered may have faded, but freedom and democracy remain vibrant in our beloved Gambia. As it is said, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Therefore, all Gambians must cherish, preserve, and develop the democratic dispensation that gives us the much anticipated freedom galore through active and constructive dialogue facilitated by this forum and other platforms. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in the past 3 years, the Gambian diaspora has increased immensely its contribution to the socio-economic development of this country. As indicated by the governor of the central bank in 2020, the diaspora sent over $500 million in remittances to the Gambia. This amount is higher than the inflow of development assistance from international partners. Diaspora sends these amounts of money to support families and communities year in, year out, without much fuss on celebration. They see it as a duty and responsibility, irrespective of the hardships and difficulties they face in foreign countries where they live. As the President of the Republic, I again say on behalf of the Gambian people, thank you for your patriotism, immense financial support, and other development contributions. In addition to remittances, we are aware of the businesses set up by the diaspora, the local jobs you have created, the amounts of foreign exchange you have generated, and the partnerships you have established with NGOs and community organizations. We are also aware of the difficulties you face in acquiring relevant documentation from agents of governments in pursuing certain ventures, projects, and programs. These problems have worsened in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite these challenges, the diaspora has continued to have a foothold in our development process. Supported by the Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia Project, MSDG, the Gambian Diaspora Charity institutions from across the world, their networks and contacts secured face masks and other equipment in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We express our thanks and gratitude to all donations received during this dark epoch of our epidemiological history from Gambians at home and abroad. We are therefore encouraging similar positive diaspora efforts and actions. As we look forward to a post-pandemic period in 2021, I renew the government's commitment to work closely with the MSDG project and others to facilitate expanded and enhanced diaspora contributions. Through the Office of the President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries, departments and agencies, we will redouble our efforts to resolve implementation bottlenecks and operational challenges. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to formally open the fourth State in the Nation Forum, and I wish you well in your deliberations and look forward to receiving updates and recommended actions. I thank you all and wish you a happy and memorable New Year.
Thank you, Your Excellency. For those of us joining the SNF4 just now, that was Her Excellency Dr. Aissatou Toure, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, delivering the SNF4 presidential address on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow. Now, in his important statement, the President states, I quote, "As the President of the Republic, I again say on behalf of the Gambian people, thank you for your patriotism, immense financial input, and other developmental contributions. We are also aware of the difficulties you face in acquiring relevant documentations from agents of government in pursuing certain ventures, projects, and programs. I renew the government's commitment to work closely with the MSDG project and others to facilitate expanded and enhanced diaspora contributions. Through the Office of the President, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other ministries, departments and agencies, we will redouble our efforts to resolve implementation bottlenecks and operational challenges." That was the President's quotes from the presidential statement delivered by Her Excellency Dr. Aissatou Toure on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow. And on that note, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard all the formal opening statements. We'll take a short comfort break of a couple of minutes and should be back at 2:35 p.m. We will start the first workshop on developmental review, lessons, actions, and diaspora input, moderated by Dr. Amina Silla, Assistant Professor, Towson University in Maryland, with keynote speakers Honorable Mambre Njai, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, and Mr. Pasamba Jau, the Vice Chair, Democratic Union of Gambian Activists, DUGA, and the co-host of For the People, by the People show. See you at 2:35 p.m. Gambian time, and have a good break.
Traditional Gambian lullabies occupy a central place in our diverse social folklore, transcending the generations. Gambians of a certain age have a nostalgic recollection of the lyrical whimsy of Mbanyalingwo, the melodious yearnings of Buljoy Samanene, the rhythmic ditty of Sona Mariama, or the soothing charm of Ayo Nene. Lullabies have sent many a distressed baby and toddler into the quiet comfort of a restful sleep, cuddled in the warm embrace of a loving parent, grandparent, sibling, relative, or communal carer. We note with regret that in recent times, these cultural and artistic artifacts have gradually faded into the recesses of our collective memory, alas, lost to the present generation of Gambian children. In a world of fast-changing globalized culture, it is even more important to hold on to our cultural gems with pride and delight. The MSDG project, in collaboration with Yaram Arts, have commissioned Gambia's oldest national musical ensemble, the Gambia Police Band, and notable Gambian diaspora singers, Amisheri and Kumba Kuyate, to interpret and record a collection of these traditional lullabies. So dear listeners and Gambian families, whether you are in Maryland or Mariamakunda, Slough or Salum, Sicily or Sinchu, Barcelona or Basse, Berlin or Berending, Dar es Salaam or Dasilami, Mother Gambia is calling you. My name is James Jigan Bahum, and on behalf of the MSDG project and Yaram Arts, I invite you to enjoy these timeless musical reminders of the love and fun of Gambian childhood.
Mbanyali wo kori balone, nge balone masaye bafale, ayafa munela kaye tulji lebong, tulji kinsengo masaye mbafa wala, nkoni mamfabi mansabemba jola, ni mamfabi mansabemba jola. Mbanyali wo kori balone, nge balone masaye bafale, ayafa munela kaye tulji lebong, tulji kinsengo masaye mbafa wala, ni mamfabi mansabemba jola, ni mamfabi mansabemba jola. Banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, hamna sayai wante burmo korei, lum koreye mune dafa tur diwam, diure katak burbi momurei sumayai, abumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai. Bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, hamna sayai wante burmo korei, lum koreye mune dafa tur diwam, diure katak burbi momurei sumayai, abumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai. Bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, banyalingo khana khamulo sumayai, hamna sayai wante burmo korei, lum koreye mune dafa tur diwam, diure kata burbi momurei sumayai, wai bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai, bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai, man bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai, bumade yute burbi dina fei sumayai. Batu kujali tamarare wo kujali fenyema. Batu kujali tamarare wo kujali fenyema. Alindanda yiri alindanda wara alibonyato tida mere ninkano benkilla tida mere alibonyato tida mere ninkano benkilla tida mere. Batu kujali tamarare wo kujali fenyama. Batu kujali tamarari kujali fenyama. Alindanda yiri alindanda wara alibonyato tida merenni kanu benkila tida mer alibonyato tida merenni kanu benkila tida mere. Batu kujali tamarari kujali fenyama. Alindanda yiri alindanda wara alibonyato tida merenni kanu benkila tida mere.
Nene, na halma nene, nene mungi joy, na halma nene, nene suma nene, nene waru joy, nene suma nene, nene waru joy, ay boy, na halma nene, nene mungi joy, kendoru nene, nene lumu joy, nene suma nene, nene tuti, nene suma nene, nene tuti, nene, nene mungi joy, nene lumu joy, nene warul joy, nene dafa hif, nene suma nene, nene tuti, nene suma nene, nene warul joy, ay boy, na halma nene, nene mungi joy, nene lumu joy, nene warul joy, nene dafa hif, nampalal nene, nene warul joy, nampalal nene, nene warul joy, nampalal nene, nene warul joy, nahalma nene, nene warul joy, nahal suma nene, nene warul joy, nahal sunyu nene, nene warul joy, nene.
Wow, that was beautiful. The voices of Kumba Kuyate and Ami Sherry with our beautiful Gambia cultural lullabies. And on that note, distinguished delegates, we move on to our first extremely exciting workshop. It's on developmental review and will be moderated by no other than Dr. Amina Silla, Assistant Professor, Towson University in Maryland.
Greetings to everyone.
Dr. Amina Silla.
Thank you so much, Nana, for that introduction. I hope everyone can hear me very clearly. It's an exciting time, but before we start, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone and say hi to everyone, but also to just go over some housekeeping rules. I know Nana already said that. But
Dr. Silla?
Yes.
Can you kindly increase the volume of your...
I am at 100% right now.
Okay, that's fine. The technicians will do it from my end. Thank you.
Yes. Is it okay now?
Thank you, that's fine.
All right, wonderful. So just a few housekeeping rules that we go over this workshop. It's exciting. I'm very excited to actually be the moderator of this particular workshop. So we will not address all the relevant issues because we're virtual, but we acknowledge and apologize for that fact and that only a few of you will be able to actually answer questions or ask questions rather. So please use the raise the hands function and use the chat box function as well, if you can, to put in some of your requests and some of your questions in there, because we'll be able to hear you. And I do apologize that I'm hearing people that are saying the volume is still low. On my end, I'm at 100%. So I hope we can figure that out soon, very soon rather. So for this workshop, the guiding questions that I want our participants to actually keep in mind are that what are the positive development practices, the opportunities and the options that we can actually enhance as a diaspora? What were the main development challenges and hindrances, and how can they be solved? How can development implementation, delivery, and diaspora input be improved? What should the post-COVID-19 and post-National Development Plan priorities be from 2021 onwards? I have to say, though, there is no one-size-fits model for governments to engage the diaspora more effectively. The Gambia diaspora has a unique set of needs and capabilities based on our historical experiences and our present realities, and government approach must reflect all of these complexities. We must know and understand the diaspora through a comprehensive data collection. The lack of reliable data on the Gambian diaspora can be an obstacle to developing effective diaspora policies and programs. And I say this because I think we must move beyond how many Gambians are outside, because the numbers, the distribution, the skills, the prosperities, and the level of integration of the Gambia diaspora, along with the history, will define the universe of possibilities for diaspora partnerships. I strongly believe that the diaspora are the secret weapon needed to drive the change and make positive impact collectively. We have the skills, we have the technical know-how, the energy, and the talent to set the growth trajectory of the Gambia. On that note, I'm just going to give you a brief background of the people that are going to be here today, present with us today. Our keynote addresses, which are going to be given by the Honorable Mambure Njai, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, and Mr. Pasamba Jao, a dear friend and brother, who is the Vice Chair of the Democratic Union of Gambian Activists, DUGA, and the co-host of For the People, by the People show. Each of you will have 12 minutes as keynote speakers to present, and then we will have our panel discussants, and each discussant is going to have 5 minutes. And this is a very, very exciting panel. So we have Mr. Idrissa Mas Diop, who is the president of the Gambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GCCI. And we have Ms. Musu Komaba, country director, Child Fund International, Gambia. We have Mr. Marnyang, executive director, Gambia Participates. Mr. Fode Singate, CEO, Safari Mansihare Foundation. Ms. Fanta Jata Sow, the acting head of programs and policy, Action Aid Gambia. Mr. Amadou Gay, development practitioner, and Ms. Elizabeth Soses Sisepanya, accountant and company director. Thank you. So now I would like to welcome Ms. Honorable Mambure Njai, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, to deliver his keynote. You have 12 minutes, Mr. Honorable Minister.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, all protocols respectfully observed. I derive immense pleasure in delivering Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, all protocols respectfully observed. I derive immense pleasure in delivering this keynote address at the thematic workshop of the fourth State in the Nations Forum of the Republic of the Gambia. It is also a great honor to participate in this 2021 edition, which brings together diaspora groups, ministries, departments, agencies, CSOs, NGOs on a platform where we engage on a wide range of issues pertinent to the Gambia's sustainable development. At this point, I would like to congratulate the MSDG project, but more specifically, Professor Jibril Fall for sustaining this annual event and for choosing a theme that is well thought out and relevant to our current reality. I must also observe that the concept of revisiting the past whilst learning lessons from our successes and challenges is a critical exercise for any developing country like ours. Indeed, it behoves us as practitioners to bring all these elements together as we map out the development agenda for the present and the future Gambia. In looking back and focusing on debt sustainability, which was a key challenge for this country, it is evident that at the project design stage, we did not always balance the economic and social benefits properly. We had also placed too much emphasis on consumption. Consequently, less emphasis was placed on investing these loans on areas that will yield returns on investments. Allied to this challenge are the lessons learned from high cost of borrowing and crowding out of private sector from access to credit. Looking back, there are also lessons to be learned from past investments in agriculture where we did not also pay proportional attention to increase access to inputs for our farming community. The story is similar to when we look back at past efforts to close the infrastructure gap in the Gambia. It is evident that past investments in healthcare infrastructure without catering for attended access roads, electricity, and water supply, to name just a few, ran the risk of creating white elephants on our infrastructural landscape. As a country, we have looked back and realized that increasing access to education by building more facilities is necessary, but not sufficient for attainment of our desired educational background. We have learned lessons that the surge in quantity must be matched by a related focus on quality, relevance, and responsiveness of the type of education we impart on learners. In reflecting on tourism, which is one of the key drivers of our economy, we have learned lessons that success is not guaranteed by just aiming to increase the number of tourist arrivals. Rather, we understand as a country that the expected socio-economic gains from tourism will only occur if we focus on backward and forward. I just want to recall exactly where we are, but I think Oh, okay, I think let me just start from somewhere and see what I can get from maybe.
You were just talking about tourism.
Okay. Okay, instead of going to, let me just start from 14 to see where we are. I say I can start at this very moment. The Gambia is acclaimed as having one of the most ambitious nationally determined contributions NDC and is on track to deliver another Paris Agreement commitment. Or do you want me to look for the actual paragraph and then start from there?
Absolutely not. It's just, if you can just summarize to us what was in the speech instead of
yes,
you could just give us.
Yes, okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, having said the foregoing, we will now focus on the present and how we are positioning the nation towards a future characterized by reduced poverty, less inequality, progress, security, and prosperity. First, we acknowledge that any discourse about the present must feature the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, to mitigate the negative impact of COVID-19, government immediately reallocated funds to the health sector without waiting the outside partners to contribute. Eventually, support was received from development partners, the private sector, CSOs, NGOs, and individuals. To support vulnerable households, a cross-wide food distribution program was initiated, benefiting over 80% of households in the country. We also provided a budget for the wages and salaries of workers in the tourism and aviation sector for a period of 3 months and local government authorities for a period of 6 months on average. In essence, from March 2020, when COVID-19 entered the Gambia, government has been providing support to citizens, businesses, and residents within the framework of its national COVID-19 response strategy, which is the forebearer of the national COVID-19 recovery phase, which will come into effect as of April 2021. As we poise to build forward better, the Gambia will launch its COVID-19 recovery plan by reprioritizing the current National Development Plan, that is 2018 to 2021, and extending the time frame to 2022. Complementing this development plan trajectory is the formulation process of a Vision 2020 successor. The evaluation of the Vision 2020 has been concluded, and it will guide the formulation process of the Vision 2020 successor, which will provide a framework for the comprehensive transformation of the country's economic and society in a very participatory and inclusive manner. The new vision would be aligned to the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, the Agenda 2063, and the country's long-term climate change vision and strategy. Having learned our lessons and going forward, it is worthy to note that the Gambia has started to implement significant reforms that spans across economic governance, tourism, youth empowerment, agriculture, ICT, roads and infrastructure, health, education, trade, MSMEs development, as well as domestic resource mobilization. One thing that is noteworthy is the domestic resources are now increasingly being used for investment in assets as opposed to past practices where they were primarily for consumption. This integrated approach to development is expected to improve efficiency, value for money, reduce the developmental disparities between rural and urban areas, while laying foundation for building a resilient population, resilient infrastructure, and resilient financing framework for national development. In this era of COVID-19, and as we adapt to a new normal and harness the opportunities presented by the pandemic, digitalization is plainly emerging as the Gambia's new development frontier. Thus, we are forging partnership to invest in the digital connection of all our regions and municipalities
whilst all operational revitalize, for instance, our e-governance, e-health, e-education initiatives, including e-procurement. Our partnership will also lead to a robust data for all, data for development framework. We will contribute to evidence policy-based making, transparency, accountability, access to information, and overall improve of our economic governance. In the youth sector, government has dedicated 30% of its gateway share revenue to fund on a yearly basis youth economic empowerment initiatives. This translates into approximately $200 to $250 million is being allocated annually to GLF towards youth development. We also hope that this initiative will help to curb the attraction of irregular migration by our youthful population. Meanwhile, COVID-19 has revealed that credit to agriculture and tourism, despite being growth drivers, is less than desirable. Going forward, work is ongoing to secure concessionary loans to MSMEs operating within these two sectors. Going forward, we will continue to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our tax collection system and so increase domestic revenues. In the meantime, we will maintain a national position that all foreign loans must be concessionary and have at least 35% grant element. Still on reformist development, government is poised to improve the procurement system in line with international standards. A revised and strengthened procurement bill has just been presented to the National Assembly for enactment. It is worthy to note that our SOEs have all been audited and are now on performance contract to ensure that they deliver as expected and refrain from being a burden on government. In an unprecedented reformist move, a domestic resource mobilization drive has led to the financing of the groundnut buying trade season by a local bank following a rigorous competitive bidding. Likewise, in a seismic and philosophical change in the financing structure of our national development, government is investing domestically mobilized resources into the construction of rural and urban roads. This would undoubtedly have a catalytic effect on the access to health and education facilities and also diversify our tourism products by facilitating cultural and ecotourism. These roads will also improve our ease to doing business indicators and generally facilitate national and transnational trade. In fact, I would like to state that 2021 promises to be a transformational and revolutionary as we are poised to pursue a triangular and mutually reinforced developmental pathway. This will feature high-impact interventions that will provide A, help to the vulnerable in our society through National Health Insurance Scheme, B, provide economic empowerment to our youths using a youth development fund, C, correct the regional disparities between rural and urban through the Program for Accelerated Community Development, PACD. The PACD will focus on rural water, rural electrification, rural roads, labor-saving devices, and animal husbandry for the women folk. In looking at the future, the new kid in the block is the petroleum sector, and as a government, we are determined to ensure that strong legislative and institutional structures are well placed to ensure equitable and transparent distribution of the nation's wealth among all its citizens. In conclusion, we wish to repeat our earlier call for all to rally behind national agenda for a resilient recovery in this COVID-19 era. Although eventful, our journey in 2020 has shown that we are preserved. When we perceive as a nation, no challenge is insurmountable. We now know that adversities has also the potential to bring the best in us. It is in this spirit that we call on all diasporans to contribute to the national development agenda. I have highlighted several areas that are potential points for partnership or solo investment. I firmly believe that if we work together with unity of purpose, we will deliver on not only our national development plan, but in addition, we will guarantee a sustainable future for our children and other generations yet unborn. We all have a role to play and look forward to a successful event with you. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm sure for many of our viewers and listeners, you might have some questions, and we have the Q&A. Please use that to ask questions. The minister actually said a lot of things were said, and I'm sure we won't unpack that, but since we're going to unpack that during the discussion. But he talked about bringing the diaspora and every one of us coming together as an element for development to help in the development direction. Talking about the social and economic policies to make sure there's a balance between there. The high cost of borrowing was also mentioned by the minister. And in that regards, how we crowded out the private sector and we didn't pay a lot of attention to the agricultural sector. Of course, it wasn't only the positives, he also listed some of the negatives and also areas for contribution and collaboration between the diaspora and the government. He talked about the developmental pathway. There is going to be help for the vulnerable, a youth development fund, a way to bridge the gap between the rural and urban developmental pathways. So we will have time later on during the workshop to unpack a lot of these things. So on that note, I would like to bring in our next keynote speaker, Mr. Pasamba Jau, Vice Chair of Duga, and of course, the co-host of For the People, by the People show. So Pasamba, you have 12 minutes. Welcome, brother.
Well, good morning if you're in the United States, and good afternoon if you're anywhere else. I want to first thank you so very much, the MSDG Foundation, for this opportunity to address this gathering. My greetings to the moderator, Dr. Amisila, sister and co-Marylander, to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Mamburenjai, and all the panelists and listeners. It is indeed a very interesting period that we are doing a review, a developmental review of the Gambia. But I want to start by looking at where we were 4 years ago today. Americans were in a state of confusion as to the country that they would have under President-elect Adama Barrow, whilst Gambians and people around the world were looking for a new country, a new Gambia, one that would usher in democracy and human rights, especially after 22 years of dictatorship. And isn't it telling that after 4 years, America is where Gambia was, an impasse, a political impasse, if you want to call it that. But we are not here to talk about America. We are here to talk about the Gambia. We have to also acknowledge definitely that change has happened in that we have now a more democratic Gambia than we've had before. But to do justice to this issue, because we're looking at the lessons, the actions, and diaspora input. When Gambians came out together, when we came together and decisively voted out Jammeh with 60%, over 60% of the voters voting for the opposition, it was done with the aspiration for change. Not change for its sake, but one that would uplift the socio-economic and political lives of our people. The diaspora played an integral role in that, just like it did during the 22 years of dictatorship. It never gave its back to the country. It continued to fight for the liberation of our people so that we'll be able to have a Gambia of liberty, dignity, and prosperity. During that fight, it was done through different fronts. Initiatives like the MRDG, the Movement for the Restoration of Democracy in the Gambia, it was one of the first civil society groups in the diaspora at that period. Gambia Gambia Post. Then later came the Dugas and the GDFs. And we were expected to play an integral role. And just the same way, we also expected to play an important role in post-dictatorship. And true to form, Gambians did not wait to be called from the diaspora to participate. The Jibril Files of the world came up with such initiatives. Other initiatives sprung up. Gambians drove to the Gambia or flew to the Gambia to start businesses or philanthropic organizations, such as the Mali Charity Foundation, the Woman Boss, Sponsor a Gambian Girl, Treasure Women Warriors, the GDHI, Diaspora Club, and all these other initiatives. But along the way, as we were helping, there were bottlenecks. But these bottlenecks were expected to be taken out of the way, because what was expected of this government was to institute genuine reforms that would make it easier for people to participate in the process. But if you look at where I want to really focus is the legislative failures of our government. We talk about the economy. First, before I get to that, yes, things have changed, but the realities of our people have not changed that much. The wretchedness and poverty that gripped our people for 55 years is still evident in that country. And we have to have a new ways of doing things. I heard the president yesterday in his speech in Banjul describe the country as Ndol. Ndol in Wolof means destitute, that we are a destitute country. But you look at our governance system and our budgetary allocations and how we live, and ask ourselves whether we are living as destitute or a flashy lifestyle like that of a rapper. And these are some of the things that we have to look at very seriously if you want to move forward. The Gambia was a dictatorship because we had a government that legislated dictatorial laws or negated democratic laws. So when we had the change, our expectations were, and that was the expectation of the coalition at the time, that we'll have genuine reforms that would make it possible for everybody to live a meaningful life in that country. But it is sad to note that since our National Assembly came into being, you look at the legislative amendments that they did. The first one was what? When they amended Section 62, 1B of the Constitution to remove the age limit, so that they will be able to give the president the vice president that he wanted. Or Section 145, subsection 2B, so that they will be able to increase the age limit of Supreme Court justices. Or, of course, the self-serving amendment of Section 91D by the National Assembly members through a private member bill, so that National Assembly members will not be able to expel from the National Assembly if they were to leave their political parties. And, of course, the subsequent local government amendments, the Local Government Act amendment, which pretty much also protected politicians from being expelled from their local government positions if they were to leave the parties that sponsored them. And while all these amendments were going, some of the most draconian laws in that country remain in the books. The Public Order Act, an act that was frowned upon by the opposition, now in government, during their days in the opposition, an act that was relied on to illegally jailed Mr. Dabo and others, are still in our books. So we were expecting that we'll have the change, not for its sake, but one that would be meaningful to the lives of the Gambian people. The diaspora had participated immensely towards this change and towards bettering the livelihood of the Gambian people. When I did my notes
I was looking at our participation because last year, this day, I wrote on my Facebook page, numbers do not lie, that we contributed the diaspora over $300 million towards GDP. And it was to my delight this morning when the governor of the central bank indicated that that jumped by over 200 million, that the total contribution of the diasporans was $579 million, which now represents about 41% GDP, which I believe is more than donor support. So the diasporans have both the wherewithal, the patriotism, the financial capabilities, and the human resources to be able to help to bring in or foster in or at least give the Gambia a chance to develop. But unfortunately, if we are to be honest with ourselves, the diaspora was seen by Jammeh as a threat and an enemy. This government also, I believe, sees us as people who talk a lot and need to be ignored. We are less than 10% of the population, but contribute about 41% GDP. We cannot be ignored. And the biggest problem that we also make when it comes to the diaspora is to look at it as a monolithic group. It's not. It is as diverse as you have it in the country. So there are so many issues that we can look at. Let's look at this. First, it is important to look at the situation of diasporans and their contribution. We look at the money that is contributed. But as we do that, we are also confronted with this illegal migration. 5 years ago, we could have easily blamed it on lack of freedom. Today, you cannot do that because rights are not restricted in that country, but the economic realities of our people continue the same, making it difficult for young people to prosper in that country, thereby taking the illegal, dangerous journey of going abroad. And most of these people are rounded up when they come to Europe. Some of them without skills. They are not the Dr. Silas of the world or Professor Falls. They are deported back to their country with no skills, no prospects, nothing to look forward to. The same realities that made them to leave the country to go abroad will still be evident. So what do we do? What has government done? I've heard the Minister of Youth and Sports yesterday launch an initiative about between 13 to 20 million that they said would be used to help the young people. That is a drop in the bucket. That would not solve the situation. It is also sad that in spite of this talk of reforms, that the government of Adama Barrow blatantly sabotaged the draft constitution by having its allies kill the draft before giving it an opportunity to at least get to the second stage or the third stage in the legislative process so that it would have a second reading where they could have made the changes. It is also sad that this government continues to keep named human rights violators in high levels of government. And the failure to tap into the human resources of the diaspora. The paradox of the diaspora in donor countries contributing meaningfully, but unable to do that in their country. The most educated immigrant demographic in the US is the African immigrant. Many countries are tapping into this potential, but not in the Gambia, because what we continue to see is seeing the diaspora as a threat or a different set of people, or as enemies or people who talk. We talk because we care. We're engaged because we care. We contribute $579 million remittances because we care. We've never given our back to our country, and that would never happen. And the lack of constructive dialogue on genuine inclusion not just lip service. That is important. Because you see, we can talk about development all we want, but unless we have unity in our country, tolerance in our country, and a government that listens, we have a problem. And the trajectory that we are going, especially leading to 2021 elections, we have a very charged political environment. Our political leadership are on each other's throat every day. The discourse, whether on the ground or abroad, is very troubling. What must we do as a people to unify our people to understand that democracy is not only having a view, but respecting the views of others? And this can also be looked at as a failure for failing to institute proper reforms, because one would have thought that after the change, that the government would make it its primary responsibility to open the airwaves, not just giving people's license to have radios, but to encourage dialogue. But that's not happening. Civic education is lacking in that country. And that is one of the reasons why we have the problems that we have. The Gambia has potential, tremendous potential. Look at the diaspora. Over $500 million in a pandemic year. A year where most diasporans have lost their jobs. Imagine if we've opened up to the realities of what diasporans can offer in that country. A lot of people have decided to go to the Gambia to start businesses, but many have decided to turn back and come back home. Well, what is now home? Because of the endless bottlenecks, the red tapes, the blatant corruption. Yes, corruption. Because you go to start a business, and there'll be so many people expecting to be giving a bribe so that you'll get the next our people, better for our country, so that we'll be able to have a Gambia of liberty, dignity, and prosperity. So I'll just stop here until we get to the other stage to answer questions or add. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Basambajal, for that very enlightening portrayal of the diaspora mindset. So, you know, from what I gathered, you know, we as diasporans really want authentic participation. You talked about not only having authentic participation, but seems to be a tension between the diaspora and the government, where diaspora is doing, the government is now removing the bottlenecks to allow diaspora to do what they want to do in terms of moving the country towards development. Talked about the technical, the energy, the technical know-how, the expertise, and all the talents that's out there in the diaspora that's not been tapped into, and the role of the diaspora in actually in terms of GDP contribution and how such a small size is making such a huge impact. You know, again, based on today's workshop, one of the questions that we're going to unpack is what are the developmental challenges that we have in the Gambia, and what are the hindrances and what can we do to actually move forward? On that note, I'm going to have comments by some of our discussants, and then remember, all our participants, you have the Q&A function. Please put your questions in there and we will come to the Q&A, and you have time to ask questions of all our panel members here today. On that note, I'd like to call on Mr. Idrissa Mas Job, who is the president of the Gambia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You're muted.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm calling from the Gambia, so kindly excuse the quality of the internet. Honorable Minister Mambure Njai, Pasamba Jau, Professor Jibril Fall, our able chairperson, Professor Silla, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here for yet another opportunity to learn. For learning, teaching, and leading, they are interwoven and inseparable. Today, the elephant in the room is COVID-19, and history has shown that epidemics have always altered societies, affecting our personal relationship, the work of artisans and intellectuals, and also our natural environment. And COVID-19, like other pandemics, would do the same. And then it is the structure of our society that allows both the disease to flourish. So I must say that the pandemic affects and are influenced mainly by our culture. And here by culture, I don't mean tradition. I mean the ways by which we, as a group, we relate to one another and to our environment for a harmonious living. And every society produces their own vulnerabilities. And it has been shown during this period in the Gambia that our biggest vulnerability, our adoptive challenge, is poverty. The majority of our people are living in poverty. So this forum for me, amidst 1 year of COVID, is a call yet to action for a consistent national, social, economic, and technological reset. I know that the agenda was looking backwards whilst moving forward. I was doing that a couple of weeks ago and got myself into an accident. I don't know the context because my young brother Jibril Fall and his team might have a different interpretation. But the national, social, and economic reset that I've been championing, which is called NASET, also both in the wall of interpretation and as an acronym, I think it's timely. We have to restart. To come to the point of what we are discussing, the diaspora and their role basically in development, I don't know whether the internet still holds. the diaspora and their role in development, we have observed some consistent characteristic of the target group, the diaspora. So you excuse the business jargon I am using, calling them the target group. Since 1990, this group represents roughly about 8% of our population, basically meaning that the growth rate of the Gambian diaspora stock is the same as our population growth rate. I know my young brother, Chamno Omar Kebe, has estimated it roughly to be about 200,000, and that is 9% of annual population. So the Gambian diaspora forms a very significant constituency because it is ranked number 11 in the world globally, because their contribution represents 19% of GDP. From what I just heard from Pasamba Jau of the 570 million as the remittance this year, which I didn't know before I came, it means that the Gambia is ranked now #1 in the world. This thing has to be clarified. But up to 2019, we were number 11 in the world and number 2 in Africa behind Lesotho. Just for comparison, Senegal is number 21 because the diaspora contributes 11% of GDP. Another important consistent characteristic, the diaspora sent to every Gambian $74 per annum. And if you compare this thing with the GDP of the Gambia, this might represent about 10% of the income of every Gambian, including babies and old people. So here what I seek to do, I want to compare the diaspora with two important sectors, the tourism sector and the foreign direct investment. Compared to tourism, in 2005, both remittance and tourism receipts were all the same, roughly about 59 million. By 2008, at the height of the tourist season, remittances have already surpassed tourism remittances in the Gambia. And from what I have just heard from Mr. Jau, of 570 million, when the tourism receipts are going to be almost negative. So it shows that the diaspora contribution to GDP is not only increasing, it is also more resilient. And this is important. You cannot build up national strategies based on industries that are as fragile as tourism in this new normal that it might never rise again. Then the second comparison is the foreign direct investment. The foreign direct investment in the Gambia is roughly in 2018, $35 million. It represents less than what we get from diaspora remittances per month. And it represents only 1.7% of GDP. The reason I was making these two comparisons between tourism and also the FDI, we have a department or a unit or a parastatal completely focused on foreign direct investment, GAIPA. And we spend a lot of money in terms of the incentive, man hours to incentivize and encourage this business. We also have the Gambia Tourism Board that gives also millions in incentives in terms of land, free land, in terms of other incentives, with a smaller return. And yet we do not have a diaspora agency. And I know that when we talk about diaspora agencies, people usually would just look at the diaspora as a source. I'm hoping that this should be a win-win situation. These are Gambians that are going to retire. And as they invest in this country, we should also be investing in their pensions and in their future well-being. So what I think we need to do now is that the government, and I'm happy that my brother, Honorable Mambure Njai, is here. And this year we were able to have the most business-friendly budget ever in the Gambia. And then I have reiterated that in different places. is that we should have a diaspora land bank, because in the tourism sector, we're giving away, prime land next to the sea that costs millions of dollars for people to come and invest. And we have seen that that investment in terms of social return does not give us as much as we are getting from the diaspora. So we have to create a land bank, which would solve the problem that my brother Pasamba.
Okay, we seem to have lost or having technical difficulties with Mr. Job. He raised some really interesting points. I think, it's good to be, excuse me, it's good to be compared to the tourism industry, in that the diaspora is so powerful that the impact of the diaspora actually rivals the tourism, the amount of funds that actually tourism brings in. So that's how impactful the diaspora is. The diaspora land bank, that's going to be an interesting concept to talk about when Mr. Job comes back in. Yes, Mr. Job? I see your hands are raised. If we can't get him on, we will have Ms. Musu Komaba, the Country Director of Child Fund International in Gambia, for her comments.
If you can hear me, good afternoon from the Gambia.
Yes.
Hello there, our able chair, Professor Silla, and good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, my brother, Pasamba Jau, and fellow discussants. I would like to join the many other discussants who mentioned that. Excuse me, I'm talking from home, so please excuse me for the noise coming from the background. I came to visit my family, so similar to many other discussants, I really appreciate this opportunity to be part of the discussants, to participate in this very important session, and that is the development review. And I want to really agree with the many other previous speakers who mentioned the role of energy for any economic development. And we cannot underestimate the key role that energy plays in economic development through its role as a production input and also as a direct component in the human well-being. Hence, I appreciate the presentation by the Honorable Minister that energy is on the top development agenda of the present government, and that this will continue as ways to ensure energy provision is available, and it is both present in the urban and the rural. And I encourage the government to continue that, because at this point in time, we cannot entertain disparities or discrimination. And this is very important, and I'll coin the issue on the tourism, on the energy too. We all admit and we are clear the contribution of tourism to our GDP. And if you really want to compete with other nations in the sub-region or in other parts of the world, definitely energy has to be available at all times. Now, on my second point, I want to discuss on the COVID-19 response. We are all aware that the COVID-19 pandemic has disorganized everyone globally at individual levels, at community levels, nationally and globally. And The government of the Gambia, like many other governments, have come up with a response plan to address the many challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has been accompanied with. And we appreciate the food distribution, and whereby 80% of the households, according to government statistics, have benefited from this. And we hope that this will have a great impact. But just to turn it around, whatever interventions we do, the COVID-19, I am also glad that it's aligned to the NDP, and the response plan is extended to 2021. I just want to encourage all of us, being spearheaded by the government of the Gambia, so that we are sure that whatever responses or whatever plans we are coming up, the end result is that we want to reduce the poverty index of this country. The present situation of poverty in this country is challenging, and it is unacceptable. If you talk of a population whereby 48.65% of the population is below the poverty line, this is a very big challenge. And you're talking about 31.6% urban poverty and 69.59% rural poverty. That shows that whatever we do, we really have to design it to be in a way that the end result is going to alleviate poverty from the population. COVID-19 pandemic, it's new. We are all learning globally on how to manage it. And I'm sure there is no economic or socio-economic model on how to address the COVID-19 pandemic. But we know that we have a problem that has been going on. The PRSP has finished, it has been evaluated. The NDP has succeeded it. But until now, the situation, the poverty situation in this country is unacceptable. And I want to encourage all of us on the leadership of the government to try to see what other things, strategies are working. What other things do we do to make sure that we are really alleviating poverty from this country? It's not acceptable. Now, I am glad to talk about the domestic resources that is now used for investment. And this is a direction in the right way. If a country starts to make use of the domestic resources and mainly is going into investment, it's hopeful, and the future, it means the future is bright. But again, we definitely have to walk through, and I'm sure the participants will have a lot of questions around this. How do we really use domestic resources judiciously? But also, we understand very well, and we all know very well, that the taxation system in this country is not very nice among many. And if you want to invest, these are some of the areas that definitely you really are worried about. And I will speak for the average Gambian to say that we definitely, if we want to promote investment, much so if we want to use domestic resources, we definitely have to see how we also look back into our taxation system in the country. Of course, I appreciate and I admit that we rely on the taxation for other parts of the development of this country. That's right. But let's see how we strike a balance at this point in time. Interestingly, it's our youths. The government mentioned that there's a youth development program, but if you read along the lines, yes, there's a youth development fund. But how do we use this youth development fund and be more proactive? We need to be more proactive than reactive. These youths embark on these dangerous journeys. They go out there. The diaspora people will say that these youths who embark on the dangerous journeys face challenges when they arrive. They struggle through those challenges, and we have seen recently that they are deported back. And when they deport back, what is receiving them here is facing other challenges. So the Youth Development Fund should be a fund that is used proactively rather than reacting to the challenges of the youth. And there's a lot we can do in that. It's a new thinking. We'll all come together to really shape it very well. And we try to see how we curb youth migration. The youth of every nation, they are the backbone of national development. Let's see how we become very creative, especially in the TVET. Technical, vocational, and educational training is becoming more interesting and more important than ever before. And that's an area that we definitely need to invest in to be able to attract our youth with skills that they are going to use to stay and develop this country. The groundnut season is here, and we have had good rains this year and good harvest this year. And one of the things that definitely I just want to applaud, and many of us to know that I appreciate very well the use of a local bank in the groundnut buying this year, and also following it with interest is the flexibility of the government. When they put the prices there and the farmers were not happy, the government positively took that feedback, and really they were able to revise, and at least they increased the price of buying groundnut, and also the logistics that were put in place to make sure that our farmers do not continue suffering. And I hope all these ones are going to contribute to the medium term of alleviating poverty in this country. And we also need to see how we improve water supply to all communities. And my heart and mind, I'm sure with many of you, also goes with the rural communities that continue to be challenged with access to clean drinking water. And the water is essential. As we talk about socio-economic development of this country, water supply becomes central. And it is important that we talk about how we continue to provide basic services such as water supply to the rural communities. And as the Honorable Minister concluded his remarks, he talked about partnership. Yes, partnership is very important. Government, we have heard you very well. Partnership is very important. However, the partnership in the way we go through the socio-economic development has three main angles that we need to pay attention to. In addition to government, there are three arms. The diaspora is very important. Private sector, very important. Society, very outstanding. And we cannot make gains on our socio-economic development if we do not collaborate more with these three arms. And as my brother Pastor Majau mentioned, we've heard the voices of the diaspora, and especially the diaspora reminding us that there's expertise within the diaspora. The finance is within the diaspora. The human resource is within the diaspora. And we appreciate, and we know very well that the diaspora has not forgotten this country. And the one key indicator to show that is that remittance is always coming. And when central bank analyze this, we all know the amount of remittance that comes into this country. It's outstanding. So meaning they have the heart and mind for this country. And here they have open arms and open hands, and they just want to continue collaborating with the government. And like many other grants are coming, we know loans are coming into the country. Of course, they need to be paid back. Let's try to see how we open up doors as a government to engage the private sector more, engage the civil society more, and then let's get the best out of the diaspora, so that definitely we are really trying to address the needs of this country. Otherwise, as a country alone, we'll continue revolving around the circle as a government, and our poverty situation would not change. And this is not what we wish for our people, and this is not why we are representing our people. And I just want to say that this is a very important forum, and I encourage the participants who have keenly listened to the presenters to come up with questions, challenge us, and let's see together how we will be able to address some of those issues. I will take a break for the moment now. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Musi. You heard the lady. Challenge them, ask them questions. And she's so nice. She said, where taxes is not so nice. Come on, we are a tax-based economy. She's a very nice person. She didn't want to be very harsh. But, you know, we all know everything is taxed in that country. So, you know, Musu talked about having policies that are designed to really help reduce poverty. And poverty is not something that we should be okay with. If you hear the numbers are very ridiculously high, and they shouldn't. I just want to remind the participants that we will get to the Q&A after all our discussants have spoken. Then we can open the floor for Q&A. But I do encourage you to write your questions in the Q&A box or in the chat function. Make use of those functions. You heard them. Challenge them. This is Pastor Mbajau said, we care. We all care, and that's why we're sitting here today. We all care. That's why we're trying to unravel. We all care. That's why we are trying to really break down and understand what can we do? What are all the bottlenecks? How can we make sure that if we can jump over it, can we go around it? So what are the policy reforms that the government is actually willing to do? And what are the compromises that the diaspora is actually willing to make? On that note, I would like to bring back Mr. Idrissa Mas Job to finish up his discussion, to give his comments rather.
Hello, Professor.
Yes.
I suspect that somebody is controlling my speaker and the video. But anyway, if you can hear me, I will continue because I was already concluding.
Yes, I can hear you and we can hear you, yes.
Yes, I was talking about land banking, what we do for the Gambia Tourism Authority or the GT, the tourism area. We can get land banks like that for the people in the diaspora to give them more confidence in the land that they acquire, because they're contributing quite heavily to GDP, which represents production, which represents value added. I am also saying that we can refocus now GAIPA instead of being focused on FDI, which we've already demonstrated that its effectiveness and efficiency is quite low to GDP contribution. We can refocus that. Importantly, this thing I have had people in the diaspora talking about, myself having been in the diaspora for a long time, is the cost of intermediation. Well, Gambia has the highest cost of intermediation. The reason being that we are trying to maintain the banks in the process of money transfer when they have no role, no value added in that. I am hoping that we should try to get more of that $500 million going to Gambians than being captured in the middle by financial institutions. And lastly, I just observed this, that we should mainstream the diaspora. Anytime Gambia, we have been segmenting women in business, men, youth. We should just have, period, a development fund that we should make attractive to the diaspora. We cannot continue segmenting. That's all I had to say. Just to conclude, is that we have seen in 2020, when the community, business, and the government comes together towards a common goal. We did a lot during the COVID, a lot was achieved. And I'm hoping that we should refocus this diaspora effort because it is good for the Gambia, whereby we should also engage the private sector directly or together between the community, business, and the government. We should be part of it because we have not been engaged a lot by either, the GCCI, by either the diaspora or the government in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Job, for that. I had already started talking about the diaspora land bank. I think that's a splendid idea, and I'm sure participants would have questions about that to give more, to kind of shed light more on it, what it entitles, what it's going to be. And I like the idea of not fragmenting, so we can all come together, and that will help with the policies and making us move forward. So thank you so much for that. I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions for you in the very, very, very near future. On that, I would like to call on Mr. Mar Nyang, Executive Director, Gambia Participates, to give his comments.
Thank you, Dr. Silla, and hello to everyone. My senior, Pastor Major, Idrissa Job, Honorable Minister, everyone following this program. I believe development cannot come in a situation where we don't talk about the national budget. The national budget document is a crucial document that determines how our country is being developed and how the country can take strategic approach in order to reduce poverty by investing in the people and investing into institutions that could ensure that our revenue collections are diversified and we will not have a situation where we're going to depend more on project and grants and loans that are coming from international partners. If you look at our current national budget, which has been the case for quite a long time, although there has been a little bit of improvement the way the budget has been appropriated, if you look at the 2021 budget for all funds, that is the government local fund, the grants and loans, recurrent expenditure takes over 54% of our national budget, when 45% only going into development, into the development budget. And then that is only for the all funds. But if you look at the government local fund, which is the most important thing, that is the money that you have at hand. Because the all funds, I mean, it might not be guaranteed. It's subject to whether the partners will put in the money or not. But what you have in hand, you have more than 86% of it going into recurrent expenditure, and then less than 14%, 13.7%, I believe, into development, into the development aspect of the country. So sometimes we tend to question why is it that development is on a standstill. And I always tell people we need to go back and look at our expenditure framework of the country, how we work on developing our national budget, where most taxpayers' money are being expended, compared to where it's supposed to be, where it's supposed to be investing in order to ensure that our country move in a fast speed compared to other countries when it comes to development. So the Gambia as a small country should have moved past this stage. I totally understand that the former kleptocratic regime of Yahya Jammeh has plundered our wealth, personalized it, centralized it at the expense of poor Gambians. But now, going back to 2016, since we are looking backward, I think the reason why Gambians voted into this new dispensation was not only the human rights violation that was notorious in the former regime. It has to do with the level of poverty. It has to do with the level of political monopoly, executive autonomy, and the likes, and the weakness of our public institutions, especially the public service, how it was compromised with massive grant corruption that has disrupted the public service, that resort to poor service delivery to the Gambians and non-Gambians alike. So these are some of the things, in addition, that motivated Gambians, and then that of the diaspora. And talking about the diaspora, I mean, the diaspora must not be seen as an alien constituency in the Gambia. They're just Gambians that get to see themselves in other countries due to the socio-economic and political status of this country. So they are Gambians, and we need to reflect back on that whenever we're communicating to the diaspora. They are not an alien constituency. And Pasama made a very strong statement regarding, I just got to learn about it, the contribution that they make in our, that they have flocked in our economy. I mean, about, I believe, 570 million US dollars, 46% of our GDP, which I believe surpasses that of the tourism contribution. I'm talking about issue of tourism. I mean, there's something that the government needs to reflect on when they are building up strategies in order to increase revenue, in order to increase domestic revenue collections. It's important for us to now start looking inwards and find ways in order to ensure that we don't depend on foreign grants and loans. But it must not be harsh to an extent that it will discourage those that actually will be the investors in that particular sector. If you look at the security, I believe, levy, airport levy fee at the Banjul International Airport, it was so unpopular to the fact that a family of 4 that wants to travel to the Gambia and they spend a holiday, right, is compelled to pay $20 each. I mean, if that is the case, if you have about 10 to 15 family, or let's say maximum 10, they are going to pay more than $200 just at the airport, right? That alone discourages tourists to travel to the Gambia, spend their wealth in the country, and as well increases the foreign currency that is being brought into the country. So that was really unpopular. I don't know how the decision was reached, but I learned from the Minister of Finance, if I understand, during his budget speech, that early 2021 that will be scrapped off. So which I believe is a very good move. And then you also look at just recently, the police also come up with a very harsh strategy in collecting revenue, imposing $1,200 imposing $1,200 for drivers to be certified. in order for them to get a lancing. And once you, I mean, that is also different from the lancing fee that you will have to pay, about $400. At the end of the year, you will have to go, December 31st, 1st January, you will have to go and then renew that lancing again. I believe these are all has strategy in other countries, in Senegal and others, I believe. In Europe, driver lancings, I believe in Europe, last for about a decade. And in other countries, last about half of a decade. In the Gambia, every year, you have to renew your driver license. At the end of the day, you get to see the poor road network you have in the country, and no planned or no organized garage that has been given to drivers or anyone that is driving around the way. So which is really unfair. So when we talk about development, as I say, we cannot, we cannot forget about the national budget and the strategies that have been developed in order to collect, our revenues. Talking about revenues, I believe now what the Gambia needs to look at, I'm happy that the Minister of Finance made mention that we are not looking at the petroleum industry and how to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the way revenue is being collected, managed, and then also returned into development into the country. But which is welcoming. I hope those revenues will not be plundered like how it has been plundered in the former regime, where you have $375 million that have been illicitly acquired through timber dealing. So our extractive and non-extractive industry is something that we also need to look into strategically, and then devise plans to ensure that revenues that come from, because as of now, I believe last year I saw in the national budget that $500 million was coming as oil royalties, and but in the previous year it wasn't there. So when I look at the geology department, to get to understand the database of our extractive and non-extractive, the data is literally not there. So we don't get to understand what are the active, extractive and non-extractive industry that we have in our country, and how much they have been making at the end of the year. So the geology department has to be, I mean, don't get me wrong, these activities are still going on when it comes to the illicit timber trading. The Environmental Investigation Agency has made a report that the Gambia underreported $475 million from 2017. This is a 3 years investigation from 2017 to somewhere around 2020. So this tells you that our extractive and non-extractive revenue, there are still economic activities that are being taken place, but how the revenue gets into our national coffers is something that we don't get to know. I mean, look at our tax revenue alone is about 12.2 billion estimated tax revenue in 2021, and then non-tax is about 1.5 billion. And you look at the project program grants that is coming from government bilateral and multilateral partners, it is about 12 billion. So it is just, I believe, 1 billion difference between locally generated revenues compared to what is coming from the outside. So when you lack the support that is coming from the outside, then you are doomed, because your development activities are going to be on a standstill. So as a result, while we are leveraging on the donor partners, we need to strategically look at our revenue-making industries. I mean, the GAMTELs, the state-owned enterprises as well, the GAMTELs, the NAMEX. I mean, I know these institutions are still, suffering when it comes to institutional inefficiency, if I can put it that way, that results to poor revenue collections. So we really need to look at our public service, because if you look at the national budget, when it is appropriated, at the end of the day, it is the public institutions that have to manage it. So if there is high level of inefficiency in our public service, if there is a high level of lack of public service integrity and ethics, at the end of the day, all those money that have been appropriated that's supposed to be fluxed into development, we will not see the development, because at the end of the day, it will end up into wrong hands. And when it ends into wrong hands, there is not going to be accountability. And I stand to be corrected, but we have hardly seen the government of the Gambia taking accountability measures to hold perpetrators that have been proved to have misappropriated public wealth accountable. I mean, we have seen the National Audit Office report on massive maladministration that has taken place in the public service, and then also in some state-owned enterprises. But to date, there has not been any accountability. So the lack of accountability itself encourages public sector corruption. And if you don't have the mechanism that frustrates these practices, then it will thrive. And when it thrives, we are going to let's forget about development at the end of the day, because we will have the wealth of the country centralized at a group of number of people that will use the government as a tool to self-enrich themselves and then seek for another time. And we've been talking about development a lot. I mean, the focus, it was beautiful that when the current regime came into office in 2017, the focus has been into reconciliation, the transitional justice and the likes, and then also how to tap into funds, which they are successful in doing, but unfortunately the donor money that has been generated from during the Brussels conference, we haven't seen that money. We are promised when the money comes in, both the rats and the goats will feel that there is money in the Gambia, but I believe less than 15 to 20% of that money has actually arrived. So, this actually is also another weakness when it depends highly on foreign investment. So, like I was saying, it was really encouraging when the new government came with this focus. But unfortunately, along the line, focus on national development has been distracted by politics to consolidate power. 3 years, no more to 3 years now, to 5 years. The constitution is a bit harsh on me as a president or the executive. It's undermining my powers, giving more powers to. So this has been the distraction when it comes to the national defense. And then to gauge, we've been talking about transitional justice, reconciliation, while development is steady, I wouldn't say steadily growing. It is a bit still on a standstill when it comes to capital development. Although we've seen the economy, sometimes it fluctuates, growing a bit and sometimes going down. But these are certain things that as a country, we need to really be serious at when we are dealing with the issue of development, where we were, where we are, and then moving forward. We know where we are already. We have the technocrats that have already developed, ambitious, development plans, the National Development Plan. But you have to also look at what brings in the National Development Plan. When the government came in, there were too many or too much public pressure from the government to develop a national blueprint. And for a while, we've seen a National Development Plan that is highly ambitious. But to date, one of the key things that they have promised was, legal refurbishment, if I can put it that way, that they are going to establish what we call the Anti-Corruption Commission. The government is in its 5 years now. The anti-corruption bill was tabled at the parliament in December 2019. To date, that bill is under the carpet. We have not seen where the bill is. I don't know if there is a lack of political will, but if that bill comes into effect and the Anti-Corruption Commission is given the necessary independence financially and institutional-wise, the corruption that we see in the public sector will be minimized, and there will be public accountability, and the wealth of the country will be well guarded. So these are things that we really need to be looking at. Development comes with responsibility. It does not come with laziness. And if we have a lazy institutions, we should forget about development in its entirety. So I believe I was given 5 minutes. I will be very much interested to give answers to any question that comes from the outside, but not also not obvious to the fact that the government is steadily taking up measures to ensuring that there is a development, but also the issue of diaspora. As I said, they must not be seen as an alien. They have all the rights that a Gambian has in this country. Every Gambian is a potential Gambian in the diaspora. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senyak, from Gambia Participates. That was very interesting. You talked about where we were, where we are, and where we're going. And in terms of where we're going, we already know where we are, like you rightly said. In terms of where we're going, we just have to make sure that we are going in the direction that we want to go in, and also we understand who's steering and who's roaring and whether it's going to be citizen roaring or it's going to be government roaring or citizen steering and government roaring. So kind of figure that out. And don't look at the diaspora like an alien constituent, you know. Otherwise, if you don't look at them as partners, we will not be able to solve some of our wicked problems in society, such as our learning poverty, our technology poverty, our knowledge poverty, and just poverty in general. So working together with the diaspora is actually key. So thank you again, Ms. Nyang, for unraveling some of the intricacy of the National Development Plan and some of the ideas that you do at Gambia Participates. So I would like to call on Mr. Amadou Gay, who is a development practitioner, to give his comments. Mr. Gay, are you there?
Sorry.
I see you have two devices. You might want to close one, like mute one.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yes, hello, Amina. Did you stop the video?
No, you're fine. You go ahead.
I'm trying to start it, but it says the host doesn't allow you.
Okay, that will be Professor Fal or from Mamos TV, but you have audio. I can hear you clearly.
Hello, Profile, are you there? Hello, Profile.
Sorry, Amadou, I don't have control over it, but we can hear you. Do you mind just going ahead and we'll try to get the video on?
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. Yes, thank you very much. My congratulations to Profile and the MSDG team for inviting me to be part of this very, very important forum and initiative that aims at addressing very, very important, critical, I would say, issues for our country, the Gambia. All protocols duly observed. I would like to touch on a few areas mentioned by the keynote speakers and also some of the discussants. We need to look at the context in the Gambia since 2016. You know, we were coming from dictatorship and we wanted to transform the economy. We wanted to have a very good democracy. But at the same time, the government was faced with the task of also transforming the economy. At the same time, it's very, very difficult. Very, very difficult, but I'm not saying it's not possible. A lot of reforms, constitutional, you know, we had the TRRC, we had the Jani Commission, and many other reforms that were tabled to be addressed. At the same time, because of the dire state of the economy, most fragile on the continent, also needed, you know, to be shifted forward. At the same time, the youths could not wait. We all know about the issues, the out-migration, and how we were losing out on the youth demographic dividend, one of the most important pillars for our development. So it was a very difficult task. I'm not trying to give any justification for the government not to perform. But it was a very difficult situation to be able to do the reforms that are needed to bring us to a democratic status, at the same time transforming the economy. Interestingly, the Gambia's National Development Plan wanted to achieve both. And it has tried, as the Minister of Finance highlighted, there were marked improvements, especially in the area of establishing establishing democracy. A lot of reforms have happened. The only area that really has held us back, the key area, is the one mentioned by Pastor Bajau, constitutional reform. We all needed a new democracy. We all needed a new republic. We all know of the many draconian laws that were there in the past. So there was no way that we could really make a seismic shift without having that constitutional process in place. So it was a very big disappointment, but we still have a hope that it can take place. The processes are ongoing to revive it, and hopefully we can have a new constitution and a new republic. But without that, really, I must say that our agenda for development can be seriously compromised and hampered as we try to find a good pathway. Simply because we just need the new shift, we need the new mindset, we need the change of the bad laws and so many things. So I would say one of the key challenges there was the lack of the absence of the new constitution that we all yearn for, the one that would usher in a new republic. On the substantive issues, I think the matter of democracy and development also need to be addressed. As I just tried to highlight there, time is not available, but it's difficult to not mention that. There is a nexus between democracy and development. I am optimistic as a development practitioner that the Gambia belongs to the smaller nations, very small. And if you look at the trends in terms of the indicators for democracy, building democracy, and also fostering development on the continent, you'll find that smaller countries have been really blazing the trail. Cape Verde, Mauritius, Seychelles, etc. They're all in the top 10 most democratic countries in the world, in Africa, sorry, as well as the top 10 of the most developed nations on the continent, simply because it's easy, it's much easier to govern a smaller country. A lot of research have indicated that. It's also, research has also shown that it's easier to invest in health, education, anything in order to achieve substantial development when it is a smaller country. So there is a lot of optimism that we can do it if we just fix certain things that have also partly been highlighted by the minister, by Sambajao, as well as some of the other discussants. I pick on that sustainability. The minister has highlighted that concessionary loans are only what we're going to go for, at least 35% grant, which is okay. In fact, we have no other option. But how do we really resolve the issue of debt for this country? I think one of the pathways or one of the options is to seriously consider legislation on a debt ceiling. I think if we do this, it would also control the executive from sometimes taking measures that may not really help us in that area, because we are talking about today as well as tomorrow, the population of the Gambia tomorrow, and the developmental challenges that we're going to face. So since that continues to really hamper some of the things that we want to do very well, it would be very wise to consider that legislation. The matter of sources of finance is very important, as also highlighted by Mr. Edie Job. We know that from the domestic front, domestic borrowing from our money market, the local money market, has been key. And there has been a lot of development and a lot of progress since 2016 to date. And we hope that that path continues. So it's domestic borrowing as well as tax and non-tax revenue. But on the external front, private financing, public financing are key. So as Mr. Edie Job mentioned, private financing would include FDI as well as remittances and even PPP projects, whereas the public financing would include ODA generally, loans, multilateral loans, etc., and also grants, mainly bilateral. Now we have the opportunity for climate finance that also can be tapped. So considering that we've not been doing well in the area of FDI and even PPPs, thanks to the new government, ODA also improved. It was going down very, very badly. Because the Gambia became the darling of the globe, luckily, we had a shift in that area, and we hope that that could continue. But it's not sustainable to rely on that, because we may not be the darling anymore at one point in the near future. So what do we do in such a case? So I think Edie Job made a very good point there, that we rely less on those aspects, especially FDI, and now consider remittances, which has almost doubled in terms of private financing sources. It's actually the leading one. And I see no other source more important than remittances from the diaspora right now. So not even less important than ODA. And I can have a forum to discuss about that, because that is also not sustainable. We see this one as more sustainable, because these are Gambians whose hearts are on the Gambia. You know, their families are here and they want to work, they want to contribute. So we really need to take this as very serious and develop instruments, you know, like the diaspora bond and, you know, whether it's land banking or whatever it is, to make sure that the new development framework that the Gambia is going to have post 2021 picks up this critical source of financing as the most important tool for our development right now in terms of the sources of financing that we are having. We also need to look at a longer-term development planning framework. These 5-year development plans that we have been having are not very good. If we look at international best practice and countries that were able to really go very far. So it's something similar, not the Vision 2020, of course, we all know what was there, but at least it showed that the Jammeh's regime had the wish and had the wisdom with regards to development, because we need that. The 5-year plans are more political tools that politicians use and make promises and want to deliver on those promises. But that can compromise our long-term planning as a country, where we look at where we want to be in 20 years, in 25 years, and make the plans properly in all the various sectors, and make sure that we now have our 5-year plans that are anchored on the longer-term development planning framework. We think this is a very important thing to take care of, and we hope that the successor to the current NDP builds on that. The issue of domestic resource mobilization raised by the minister is a very, very important one also. It shows that we are now starting to do things the right way. I'm not sure how this will continue, but it's something that needs to be encouraged, because the other sources of financing are not sustainable. and we need to find ways to rely on our own domestic resources. It's not easy also, but if we do it right and look at the opportunities that are available, especially using through our SOE or state-owned enterprises, and look at the opportunities for public-private partnerships projects that would include the diasporans, especially in the sectors of agriculture, tourism, and other sectors, I think we can also go a long way. I also agree with Mr. Job that sectors like tourism are very fragile, and we've been relying on them, and we already know that there will be more pandemics coming. We don't pray for that, but that's just what it is. So after COVID-19, we may have something else, and that may also affect the global supply chains, and it may mean that people will not travel to come to the Gambia. So we must now structure our tourism sector. We must find new ways to do it, not in the way it has been done. And I am happy that the National Export Strategy, the new one that was being driven by GAIPA and stakeholders, appear to have considered these very, very important considerations, i.e. Focusing on local production for the tourism sector, tourism product, as well as regional markets. I mean, in Gambia, starting from Nigeria coming down. If we develop this very, very well in the event of a future pandemic, or in the event that the COVID-19, the current pandemic, continues for several years, no one knows right now, then we would have got better alternatives to make sure that our GDP growth and other economic figures are not seriously compromised. Also, the minister talked about the high cost of borrowing, which is also tied to the issue of credit to the private sector and to businesses. It has improved markedly since 2016, but it's still highly inadequate because the financing that business needs is really missing. So again, we must find better ways to make sure that the borrowing, government borrowing, using the T-bills, is also further reduced to help us to be able to start considering more seriously the matter of financing for businesses. We also have seen some developments in the area of health and education, not adequately, but compared to 2016, and the plans for a national health insurance scheme, it's really a very big thing. We only pray and hope and pray that it really happens, but I think in the right direction. The budgets to those sectors also have been markedly increased, and I think that means that we are on the right track. The Youth Development Fund that has just been mentioned is also a very, very important instrument, even though, as Sambajau stated, it's definitely inadequate considering the needs for our young people if we are to really harness the demographic dividend that the youth constitute. Yes, I was just looking at some of the comments being made. Yeah, so as I noted, we must revisit tourism, because I'm saying this because it's one of the key sectors. Services sector is growing very well, but there are many in the private sector who think that the services sector is actually doing far better than all the other sectors. I think that is a mistake. It is contributing to the GDP more than all other sectors. But what is the service sector? The services sector. It comprises other sectors, including, for instance, agriculture. and even tourism. You know, the hotel industry, the restaurant subsector, and all that. They're all using products from the agriculture and other sectors. So agriculture continues to be the main driver, and we need to take on board some of the new instruments of financing and see how we can interface them with some of the initiatives that are coming from the diaspora and GFAL's team, specifically the matter of diaspora bonds, where we try to move away from consumption to investments. If we can do this and also continue the advocacy to reduce the cost of remittance transfers, as highlighted by Mr. Job, I think we would even be talking very soon, not very far from today, of maybe something near coming to $1 trillion dollars in terms of remittances. It can happen. So since we have now noted that it's one of the most important sources of financing, I think finding ways to leverage on them and develop the interfaces would help us a lot. But as I repeat, as I said earlier, I think the long-term development planning framework must be instituted seriously, looking at our GDP growth, our population growth, which is lagging behind economic growth. It's something that really is a problem. And if we do not look, especially given the COVID-19 pandemic, which has really taken the country to another level in terms of our economic performance, it's going to be problematic. So a policy option for the Gambia is to make sure that we have very strong institutions. The area of governance, good governance, as highlighted by Mr. Yang, is very, very important. So that this can help us to implement policies geared towards sustainable development. And that also considers climate change. For now, we are silent on it, talking about COVID-19, but I can reassure everyone that it is there underneath. And the more we move forward, we'll be seeing the impacts coming back. And it is calculated that no matter what we do in terms of development in the next 5 or 10 years, if we do not take care of the climate change issues, we might just go back to zero once again. So it is critical to invest more in human capital. When I mention having strong institutions, since a well-developed and knowledgeable and skilled human resource base is better equipped to promote development for a country like the Gambia. Of course, this has to be allied with the matters of maintaining the rule of law, as well as protecting private property rights, attract investment, etc., because the public sector cannot be it all itself. So time is short. I cannot continue talking, but I just want to say that I'm optimistic. There are lots of things to do, but the country is young. It's small, as I indicated. It has human capital if it's well harnessed, especially from the diaspora. So if we do things very right, I think we can do it. But there is a lot that we need to do. And currently, we're having the political agenda on the horizon. And we hope that that's not going to constitute another hindrance to our development if it's not done very, very well. So it will be good for entire Gambia to unite to make sure that the interest of the country is far more important than the interest of any political party, especially considering the recent history, where we are coming from. Sacrifice the personal and other interests and look at the broader interests. And to do that, the diaspora and the investment they are doing into the country must be placed at the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gay. That was a very optimistic take on things. And one thing we have to say about COVID-19, whether fortunately or unfortunately, it really has revealed to us our vulnerabilities in a way that some of us don't really want to think about. So it's kind of like looking at ourselves like the emperor with no clothes on. And I really enjoyed your take on this nexus between democracy and development and how small countries are the trailblazer. So it begs the question, though, over the past 5 decades or so, the size of the country has not changed. The population has. What's stopping us to leapfrog? Is it because of this disconnect between our diaspora and our government? Is it because of the policies that are just very fragmented and not comprehensive? What's going on? I'm just throwing that out there so we can think about that. But we do have a question before I go back to the Honorable Minister and it's from a concerned developmental studies major student from the University of the Gambia. And he states, apparently it is irrefutable that the income inequalities is at a higher surge. The disparities between the rural and the urban people drastically widening various inequalities ranging from health, social benefits, and education. And the question is, what can the government do to make sure social development policies are put into practice? So I think we can start with the Honorable Minister. You can start to answer that question and then we can leave it on the floor.
Thank you very much. And when I started my statement, I did not go through the normal protocol because it was halfway through. I appreciate the discussions and the intellectual capital that has been exposed today. The question that you've asked is relevant, pertinent, but it's a developmental challenge. Rural, urban, right now, what has been placed in front of us. Example, I went to the National Assembly to ratify a loan and a grant which was almost 65 to 75%. And my argument then was, if we don't solarize 1,100 schools and clinics all over the country, Einsteins of the Gambia will never come out. And I give an example of a friend who was one of the most brilliant students in our class that did reveal to me an experience which was very touching, that every night his parents will give him a candle. And almost by the time he really absorbed what he was really getting into, the candle is finished. This is by midnight or so. And us in the urban area, anytime we get up, we can put our light on, we can go to the toilet and just have all night. Even if you don't have it in your house, you can go to the post office, you can go to somewhere that you can read. And this is an experience that I have been in direct connection with my friends in the rural areas. And as we go up the ladder and realizing what has been the challenge in the rural areas, apart from right now, this project of providing these solarized facilities, we are now going into infrastructure. And we said that this infrastructure is linked to agriculture, health, education. As we open up, I think now we know that included in this is to make sure we give a fair value of the farmers, their produce, what they have been at the highest level so that their income will be improved. By providing the subsidies to farmers, to the fertilizers, the subsidies are very, very high. I think in every bag of fertilizer sold to farmers, almost, example, a bag of fertilizer will cost $1,700, but government is selling it at $700. $1,000 is subsidized. This is by way of really trying to improve the income of the farmers' generation. But without the health, without the education, without providing the facilities for them to be able to market their produce and sell it at a higher price, then those developmental disparities will still be there. I have mentioned the PACD, the Program for accelerated community development. This program will help us accelerate most of these projects. We are going to be in partnership, but 100% funded by government with the UNDP, and that after the year, we will be able to make an assessment. What I am trying to emphasize is that the urgency really to expedite the rural development, because without that, the rural urban shift will still be, and it has been going exponentially. But just to go back a little bit as to the issues of governance, that if we don't address it, these are the foundations of real economic development. If we don't address it, then we're missing the point. So to reach that equilibrium, as what Mr. Gay said, it's kind of difficult, but it's gradual. This year, what I have said in my budget statement, it is transformational and revolutionary in the sense that what we are now embarking on. Example, we've talked about the tax expenditure, where we admitted that there are leakages in the system. It's not about high taxes. I belong to the school of thought that doesn't believe in high taxes in terms of how can we expand the horizon? How can we also rationalize the agencies that we have been spending, and there has been duplication of activities? When I came in as finance minister, middle of 2018, what I saw in government expenditure exponentially, a lot of it was consumed on traveling. Very difficult decision. I banned traveling in the last quarter, October, November, December. And I also went to the National Assembly for supplementary appropriation that was hotly debated. I said, for us to maintain and attain the fiscal sanity, we must take out everything that is buried under the carpet. And that's what I did. And from there, this is the road that we have been taking. The fiscal sanity has been there in the sense that we have not been borrowing. Right now, if you go to the commercial banks, they are over liquid for one simple reason, that we have been disciplined. And that credit to private sector has gone up by 30%. But unfortunately, what we've seen is that the drivers, agriculture and tourism, if you look at what the commercial banks have been really allocated to these two sectors, has not been desirable. So what can we do? Not to force them to go to that, but what incentives can we make sure we provide as a government policy injections to ensure that the access to these credits by these good drivers will also be an incentive for the commercial banks to go to. But beyond that, we're talking about diversification. I think in one of the sessions of the GK, we were talking about how do we eliminate that box? And in fact, as a government, what we are saying, that box is no more there. We have gone beyond that. What we are saying is that anything impossible is possible, but with the partnership of the private sector. Diaspora remittance. We were all in the diaspora. I think in reflecting back, the diaspora should also revisit the issue of this remittance. Yes, significant amount has been remitted. As a government, we said in our debt situation, we were consuming. But please, let's go back to the remittance. How many of that percentage of the remittance, out of the $100 that you send a month, how much is it for consumption? How much is it converted to real assets? These are the things that we can work as a partnership. And GK, with initiative from Professor Fall, I must salute you, we're now thinking about diaspora bonds. What we have tested as a government in the market is that we have issued infrastructure bonds. And interestingly enough, what we have discovered, like we issued 700 million infrastructure bond. But it was not only oversubscribed to over 1.2 billion, but the interest rates has gone way down to about 5%. These are the things that only if we don't test the market, we will not know our strength. But how do we consolidate this and make it a reality on the ground and sustainable? And this is where we have the private sector can come in, and also the diaspora. So in a nutshell, I think in terms of theory of development, yes, we were in that field where we talk about issues that we were being confronted. How can we in theory? But in practice, we are price takers. If you talk about oil, We don't produce anything. But whatever the oil market price is, according to our own calculation, the model we have, the foreign exchange, that's how we come up with the pump price. As it goes down, we go down. As we go up, it has been going up exponentially. But you've realized that we are also sensitive to the disposable income of the average Gambians. If we go up that high, the average Gambian might not be able to even afford that. Again, the energy, the electricity, the subsidy that government has been giving to the electricity, the tariff, it is not a realistic tariff as we talk. Yes, it's the source of production. Is it realistic? No. Is it sustainable? No. How can we make sure that we can also have a public-private partnership and also IPPs, independent power producers, who can come up with alternative solar energy that can also come in and give the wholesale service to NAWEC. So really, the time allocated, I must confess, and I have my whole team here. The accountant general is here, the director of budget, director of planning. So I thought that we were going to have a lot of time to be able to discuss. But Pasamba and Musa Jeng, I will also inform you that we will come to a forum with focus on our budget, which has been very difficult. And it is a very good relief to hear from the president of Chamber of Commerce, who has been a big critic of us, saying that this is one of the most friendly business budget. But one thing, we have now a tax committee, tax advisory committee, and it comprises of entirely almost 100% of the private sector now talking to us. So our doors are open. We're open to issues. We're open to discuss the burning issues of the day. How can we move out of this poverty trap? And as Mr. Gay said, optimism. How do we do it? It must start from government. And we have shown the fiscal discipline. We're moving towards a period where we hope that once we're able to convert, avoiding these long-term loans that are expensive, converting into local dollars. Example, we move away from financing from the ITFC to a Gambian bank, and the farmers now is in Jersey. We're not buying in like credit. As you bring your groundnuts, your cash is allocated. So there are a whole range of issues that really, if we want to discuss it during this period, I think time is limited. But I will really take on Pasamba and Musajeng in the next couple of weeks. I'm on vacation as I talk to you now, but I have to take time off because of the respect I have for Professor Fall and the ideas that has been generated. But I think it is through this respect, the trust, which is very important. How together as a Gambian, that emotional cement that bonds us together as Gambian, as identity, we can really make that quantum leap. And again, the sectoral issues, many issues, the youth development. We, as a finance minister, we never willingly give out that money, but we are sensitive to the youth. The gateway revenue that is coming will be climbing up. We have almost $200 million this year, but we said it is not a blank check. It has to be managed. So we give it to a very reputable organization, the Social Development Fund. As you come in, there's a committee that is the host of the youth ministry, but the finance ministry will participate. And they scrutinize. They will look at all of these issues. Recently, we have seen evidence that our youth football, we were able to win a regional championship, which we have not been able to do for a long time because the resources are there. We're willing and committed to make sure the resources are allocated to the health, to youth, to sports in all aspects, but how can we efficiently and judiciously utilize these resources? That's the question of the day, and that is not only for government. I think it takes two. You're the taxpayers. How can we make sure government is held accountable, but how can we also make sure that you in the private sector will come in genuinely and sincerely to work with us to say, you know what, this country belongs to us. If we fail, we all fail. If we succeed, we all succeed. I think, just to close in a quote, Roosevelt said, great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, Small minds discuss people. So let's avoid discussing people. Let us discuss the burning issues confronting our development challenges, and let's take out I am from the word possible. There is nothing impossible. And we shouldn't be afraid to fail. And there is nothing like failure. We attempt is trial and error in development. So as we move in, we are very sensitive to the issue of not only focusing on those macroeconomic variables, inflation, economic growth. No, we are sensitive to the plight of that rural person in the rural areas, their well-being, their health status, their education status, their nutrition status, all the status that are relevant to human development. We are concerned and we are willing to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And thank you for taking time out of your vacation to be here with us. Pasamba, I think I know exactly where your hands were raised when the minister was talking, because I said, oh, there goes his hand. But you're actually about to give your statement. So in that, I guess you can ask a question that you are going to ask the minister. Yeah. So we're going to have Pasamba Jao kind of come in for a few minutes, I think 3 minutes. Pasamba, I'm going to hold you to that. And then we'll have Elizabeth Sosa-Sisebanya to also give her comments on that, okay? So I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. Please use the Q&A portion and the chat functions rather, and put in your questions. If we don't get to you, we will have those questions then put together in a report. Pasamba?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for that great news. We'll work with you to have you on the For the People, by the People show. But in fact, the reason why I raised my hand was the question that was asked, the income gap between the rural and urban areas. And I think the greatest failures for our country has been the continued abject poverty of people, especially in the rural area. I've always argued that it makes no sense that the hardest working people in the country are the poorest. And these are the farmers. These are the people in the rural area. But the thing is, we've had so many policies, rural development policies, but they've never been put into fruition because I don't think there's never been a period where we've shown enough seriousness to take care of that issue. The provinces have the most fertile land in the country. They have the hardest working people in the country. Why are they poor? I listened to the president's talk when he was in Jokado, and there was an issue that was raised by somebody. We need storage facilities. We need markets for our produce. So they are not asking for much. They're just asking for basic things to be able to help themselves. You look at our budget. The budget that is allocated for the office of the president is much more than what is allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture. At least that is what is going to the farmers, the development aspect of it. And if you look at even the amount of gas guzzling cars that these government officials drive, yet our women, especially in the provinces, continue to die on donkey carts before they get to hospitals to give birth to their kids. I think collectively as a people, not only government, the whole Gambian people have miserably failed the people in the provinces. And it was due to this problem that the PPP was established, the Protectorate People's Party, because they felt marginalized. When we had the PPP, the president was from the provinces. We have the APRC, the president was from the provinces. We have the coalition government, the president is from the provinces. Yet still, we go there with the gas guzzling cars, leave the dust behind and their poverty. And we, as a people, should and must do better by those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pasamba Jao, for that. Just kind of wrapping things up for us. The wealth gap between the rural and the urban it's something that's going to continue unless we have policies in place that will actually stem that flow because of urbanization. I mean, if development is only happening in one area, of course, people are going to continue to go and seek opportunities in the area where development is happening. So I would like to call on Ms. Elizabeth Sosa-Sisebanya, Accountant and Company Director, to give her note. And I have to apologize to the next panel that's coming up. We're running a little behind, well, a lot behind, so I do apologize for that.
My video cannot be unmuted.
We can hear you.
And the video is not on. I've not got control over that.
Okay, whoever has
sorry,
control of the video, could you please?
Sorry, Elizabeth, please go ahead on the audio.
Okay.
I can't control it either.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks ever so much, and good afternoon from England on to the participants of this forum. Good afternoon to the Minister and the participants, the panelists from Banjul, the Gambia. Today has been a day that I feel most proud to call myself a Gambian diasporan, when we acknowledge in front of everyone our contributions to national development. That our contributions are not lip service, that our willingness and our desire to develop our nation is not lip service. We continue to ask the government of the Gambia, as they partner with us, not to be paying lip service to their commitment to working with the diaspora. And it has got to be honest, it has got to be transparent, and it has got to be an ongoing checkered relationship where we would check the government and they would also demand from its citizens what is required. We are resilient in developing a country that has got a sustainable economy. We are resilient in developing a country that has got one of the best health services, which it isn't at the moment. We are resilient and want to develop a country that has got a very vibrant education sector, which it hasn't at the moment. We are resilient in having a country that has got sound environmental policies, which it hasn't at the moment. And even if it has, they have not been operationalized. I guess earlier on, when we look back at our failures and what should be done to the Gambia, one of the key issues that we were looking at was the relationship between the government of the Gambia, especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our line ministry. And I would also register my disappointment in the absence on this forum of the ministry, any member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from gracing this occasion. The government of the Gambia had said that December 15th to January 14th is the diaspora month. We would have appreciated their willing participation in this event, as it is an event that they mandated, and it is an event that they acknowledged under NDP. In terms of where we're heading, post-COVID-19, I would like to see a government that has sound microeconomic framework, which promotes fiscal prudence. I would also like to see introduced, like Mr. Mbai had said earlier, I believe his name was Mr. Mbai, that there is legislation on the cap of the amount of debt as a percentage of our GDP that we can raise in any year. 27% of GDP going into debt servicing does not give us any confidence that post-COVID, the world has changed. The way we do business has changed. The way we interact with the world has changed. Are our connections going to continue to drop from meaningful meetings, from meaningful development meetings? We need to address that. I also want to say, let us focus on education. We don't know what is going to happen with the second wave of COVID-19 in the Gambia. I do not want to see any niece or nephew of mine, and if I say a niece and nephew, I mean all the Gambian children of school-going age, to continue to be left behind because there is no internet connectivity. And that is for the privileged. What about the children in the rural areas? You've talked about, the Minister of Finance has talked about the urban and rural divide, the migration between urban and rural areas. My government continues to centralize services in the urban areas. We need to think of the people who are the backbone of our economy, the people in the rural areas. Yes, Pasambajao has alluded to the fact that a lot of governments have come and gone. The PPP government, the Jame government have come and gone, yet still there is the urban-rural divide. Let us commit to ensuring that the rural areas are developed. Let us not forget them in our development agenda.
On the phone.
I thank you all for your time. And Professor Fall, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the diaspora. I thank all the diasporans who continue to have faith in their country and continue to invest in their country. I thank the Ida Bath Foundation for the donation of over 1 million masks that it's sending to the Gambia for the prevention of COVID-19. I continue to ask all of my fellow Gambians to understand that COVID-19 is real, it's existing. Wear your masks, stay safe. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. And just to reiterate some of the points that she made.
One life. But they cannot see the Zoom because they off the camera on Zoom.
It's hot, the lights.
You have that too.
Thank you, Professor Silla, and thank you, Jibril. Delegates, the first MSDG workshop on development review has been successfully completed and was well moderated by. Can you hear me? Jibril?
Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Hello? I know it's the link. He doesn't have control
over the camera.
Doesn't have control over the camera, so. No, the control is not. Yeah. Where are we now? I don't know. What did you just say? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The first, I don't know whether you're hearing me. Ndai, are you hearing me? The first MSDG. Okay, I'm on now. The first. I'm not on live. Hello, Jibril. Can you hear me? Hello, Jibril. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, you can go ahead.
All right. Are we set to go now? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon or evening, everyone. Apologies, my voice is not in its best form today. But once again, it's great to be here. Thank you so much, Prof, for this opportunity. Again, last year, was it last year or the last time we were? Yes, we were in fact at the third edition on the State of the Nation Forum. And of course, we did discuss diaspora participation and practicalities of diaspora voting. And in that particular forum, a lot of interesting insights came about. And of course, we had IEC representatives there who, of course, are here with us today as well. Today, we'll be talking about actions and logistics, because when we discussed the last time, we were in fact certain that this coming elections, the diaspora will of course have the opportunity to participate. And a lot of things were supposed to be in order. A lot of logistics arrangements were supposed to be done. A lot of reforms were supposed to take place as well. Today we'll also take stock of how far we've come and what logistics are in place to make sure that this can in fact materialize. But we have, of course, discussions that would expand the conversation. But before then, we of course have our guests on this same panel who would give some keynote statements, and as well our guest speaker would also give us a brief statement before we in fact get to the panel proper. Once again, my name is Fatu Eli Kamuloshi, presenter from the Gambia Radio and Television Services. And of course, we were supposed to have the Honorable Sidia Jata with us here. Unfortunately, he had urgent matters to tend to. Notwithstanding, we have our other keynote speaker here with us, and he is Mr. James Jagan Bahum, MSDG project advisor. And without wasting any time, I would just like to call on Mr. Bahum, if he is already set, to come on board and deliver the keynote statement.
Oh, hello, good afternoon, Ms. Meloshi. Am I coming out clearly?
Clearly, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. All protocols duly and respectfully observed. Today, my task here is a simple one, but also a very important one, and it is to review where we stand today on the question of Gambia diaspora voting and representation, action and logistics. To give a brief, context, when we speak about the Gambian diaspora, we speak of a constituency of Gambians living in foreign countries, but retain familial ties with their country of birth and heritage. This constituency of Gambians is arguably about 200,000 citizens, less than 10% of the national population. But as we heard this morning from the representative from the central bank, it contributes $579 million through remittances, amounting to 41% of GDP. Other speakers have elaborated on these new figures, and I will leave it at that for the experts to really dissect and discuss these issues. My role is to talk about the travel, the journey that the Gambian diaspora has taken over the last decade or so, to ensure that its constituency residing in in foreign countries are enfranchised to be part and parcel of the national decision-making process through elections, periodic elections on the ground. We believe that this is a legal obligation and requirement. And we believe, in spite of the major contributions that the diaspora has been making and continues to make, notwithstanding this contribution, the right to vote is a legal right. I've just lost the video. I'm not sure whether I'm still on, but I'll continue.
Yes, we're getting you. Yes, we're getting you.
Okay. Now, we are looking at a very active diaspora that continues to make great contributions to national development. Now, in the 1997 Constitution, Sections 39 of the Section 39 of the 1997 Constitution states clearly that every citizen of the Gambia being 18 years or older and of sound mind shall have the right to vote for purposes of elections of a president and members of the National Assembly, and shall be entitled to be registered as a voter in a National Assembly constituency for that purpose. Section 26 as well says that every citizen of the Gambia of full age and capacity have the right without unreasonable restriction representatives. And it also goes on to say on the paragraph B of section 26 that to vote and stand for election at genuine periodic elections for public office, which elections shall be by universal and equal suffrage and be held by secret ballot. I think it is clear from these two provisions of the 1997 Constitution, section 39 and section 26, that the question of the right and entitlement of the Gambian diaspora to participate in elections through voting is a settled matter. There is no argument about it anymore. The question, though, is whether there is the willpower, but also the necessary determination to ensure the to the implementation of these two provisions. What we now want to concentrate, given that this is already a settled matter of the right to vote and be registered, what we are now looking really to push for is diaspora representation at the level of the National Assembly. Now, in the modern era, 28 countries of the African continent have enfranchised their diaspora to ensure that they are able to be more inclusive and participate in national decision-making through elections. And therefore, they have seen the benefit of enlarging and become more inclusive of their diaspora's participation to benefit and enrich the political discourse, but also to ensure that it complies with the right of equality and non-discrimination. In our 1997 Constitution, Section 33 states very clearly that no Gambian should be discriminated, either through the enactment of laws or the effects of law in any matter relating and entitled to the entitlement of citizenship. Now, for the past decades since the enactment of the 1997 Constitution, these rights have already been put in place. The question, though, is why has it not been operationalized and implemented? Now, there are several reasons put forward resulting in why we have not been given, the diaspora has not been given the franchise. And this has to do with questions of logistics, but also of resources. Now, in this day and age, when countries that are less endowed are allowing their foreign residents to vote, Gambia should not be an exception. We are aware that in Gambia, foreigners who reside in our country in Gambia are seen at their periodic elections, national elections, going out there to vote. Now, last 25 years, that has seen the diaspora as an enemy, quite frankly. And we believe that that has been the major motivation for denying the extension of the franchise to the diaspora. Now, since 2016, and given the very active part that the diaspora had played in overthrowing dictatorship and totalitarianism, we have continued to beat this drum to ensure that the Gambian diaspora is enfranchised. Recently, that is since 2016, after the deposing of the dictatorship, overtures have been made, promises have been made by government and by also the IEC, the major agency responsible for matters in relation to elections. In the National Development Plan, which is the flagship policy program for national development, the president and the government in particular have also reaffirmed their determination to ensure that the franchise is extended to the diaspora. Recent actions and activities by the IEC have also, in terms of the calendar that they've drawn up for the registration of the Gambian diaspora in order to enable them to vote in the 2021 election that is ahead of us. A specific date in July has been identified as the period during which the diaspora will be registered, but also to vote. But all of this being said, we have a situation where in this very same constitution, the 1997 constitution, which allows under section 12A, the right of every Gambian to choose to have dual nationality, that we are being penalized after being given that opportunity and that right to have dual nationality, that we are then under specific provisions of this same constitution, sections 71 and sections 90 specifically, that right that has been awarded under granted under section 12A has, surreptitiously being withdrawn as well, because it says under section 71 that a person shall not be appointed, a person shall not be a member of the National Assembly, if he holds another nationality, and that a Gambian who resides abroad shall also not be able to perform and participate in national elections. So whereas the Constitution gives with one hand the right to remain, to acquire dual nationality, it takes away with the other hand that right in specific provisions of and stipulations of that same Constitution. Well, as far as I know, constitutions cannot be contradictory in their own provisions. And therefore, we have seen that these two barriers, section 71 and section 90, section 71(2) specifically, and section 91 as well, that these rights to dual nationality and the right to vote under section 39 and re-registered under section 26, and also to stand for elections under section 26B, are all come to naught if we take into account the sections under 71, 2 and 91. So where do we stand on the question of representation? These countries that have enfranchised but also empower their diaspora to participate in elections, to be elected to their national assemblies, and in fact to be ministers in their governments, are not better endowed in most cases than the Gambia. For instance, I give you the example of Guinea-Bissau, that they are able to enfranchise their diaspora to vote in national assembly and presidential elections. There are countries emerging from protectorate civil wars like Sudan, and they are still able to enfranchise their diaspora to vote and to also, get representation at the National Assembly level. So some of the reasons that have been put forward of logistics and of resource constraint are not insurmountable. The diaspora has made it clear over the period that it is willing and able to support this process. And this project, the MSDG project, has done just that in several different ways. For instance, the journey from the defeat of dictatorship to where we are now, where there is a more inclusive process, I admit, but also that the democratic dividends of that victory against dictatorship allows for greater freedoms. The fact remains, though, that whilst we are, trying to understand the full implications of that victory, the diaspora, through projects like the MSDG, has continued to engage with the government and the relevant agencies of state to ensure that this happens. Now, I'll take, for instance, one of the reasons, or some would say the excuse, why the diaspora has not been enfranchised: the question of logistics. Now, when we think about the diaspora as a homogeneous unit, we look at them from the point of view that there is just the one group of Gambians who make a lot of noise about politics and the failures of government. The diaspora is a very disparate and very diverse constituency of Gambians, and they live in all 5 continents of the world. Some are active in politics, others are not. That does not in any way take away their right to participate in the decision-making process. So we're saying the question of logistics that will be carrying major ballot drums across the world to different, different regions of the world, just so we are able to enfranchise, so that we are able to enable to the diaspora the opportunity to vote. That is a very lame, excuse, if that is the reason why the franchise is not being extended. We are saying there may be alternatives, and there can be alternatives as to how the actual voting is conducted. Now, it does not necessarily have to be a major drum like the one that is used on the ground in Gambia. There are less cumbersome objects that can be used. We are saying simply don't think about these drums, just think about a receptacle, something that can carry the ballots, the marbles, and then we are halfway in dealing with that particular problem. Now, there is also the question as to whether or not, we could use the paper ballots. Now, it may be a new concept in Gambia. We have got used to the marble, and it may be that we have a fascination with it, and also, we are quite frankly used to it and don't know any other way of voting. But in Gambia, it is not new that innovative ideas of how the voting is conducted has been in use before. We are aware of the fact that in 1960, the diaspora, the directorate, or the protectorate rather, was was enfranchised. They have been, they were the old diaspora, as it were, in that they were not enfranchised to vote, and voting was only done by people resident them to be registered. The question whether there were the requirements for registration of voters was that you provide two photographs, two passport-size photographs. Now, most people in the rural areas were not able to acquire these two passport-size photographs. So an exception was made that, you know, they do away with the requirement for two passport-size photographs, and also so that they are able to get a voter's card that does not necessarily have a photograph. In that same kind of context, we're saying perhaps this desire by the IEC to you know, to register to use paper ballot can actually be tested as a pilot project in the diaspora because of the numbers. Now we're saying, you know, it could be a problem in a high stakes election, the 2021 elections that we are looking forward to. But that it does not have to be a process where we just jump into a new system of voting without testing it. And the diaspora offers an opportunity to look at how the process of using paper ballot can be piloted in the diaspora. And that it may be a good thing to do at this stage, rather than to roll it out across the country with very little time left to sensitize people about how to use it and the problems that associated with the lack of, you know, of awareness of the process. The other one is the resource question that has been raised. And, you know, if somebody is determined to ensure that a constitutional provision is implemented, regardless of how difficult this problem is, the political will that it requires will that law is applied. Now, we are at a point where the country has, you know, is in some difficulties economically. But today's figures about the contribution, the financial remittance contribution to GDP of 41%, of 579 million American dollars, gives us the belief that this can be done. That they, you know, out of that money, out of that, you know, huge amount that the diaspora contributes, there is the possibility of using some of that resource to ensure that, you know, the funds and the resources are made available to ensure that the diaspora is not only registered, but also is made, you know, is empowered to vote in the 2021 elections. Now, where does MSDG stand in all of this? Since the advent of the project in 2017, 2018, MSDG continues to have engagement with government, but also with the relevant institutions that oversees elections, the IEC in particular. And we have had you know, technical workshops with the IEC in January of 2020 to look at the modalities of you know, diaspora voting and what it will take to ensure that this legal right is enjoyed in full by the diasporans and Gambians living abroad. Recently, in November, the MSDG had made submissions to the Ministry of Justice in relation to the ongoing, you know, discussion around the draft election bill 2020 that is making the rounds. But also recently, as recent as the first week of December of last year, that further submissions have been made to the National Assembly.
Please, can we have our mics on mute if you're not speaking, please?
Potential amendments to the 1997 Constitution that will facilitate diaspora voting. And we have looked at a number of provisions and identified these two that I referred to earlier, Section 71(2) and Section 91 of the Constitution that we have made recommendation for amendment of these two provisions to remove the barrier to the diaspora voting. The question of dual nationality has been echoed in the National Development Plan, and promises have been made to ensure that it will not be a barrier to the to the diaspora and people in the periodic elections for the presidency, but also for the National Assembly. Now, I'll come back quickly to the issue of representation at the National Assembly level. 200,000 Gambians living in foreign countries, bigger than most of the administrative divisions in the Gambia. If not all, actually, put together. And therefore, whereas that is not the basis for extending the franchise to the diaspora, it goes to strengthen the case, if you like, for the diaspora's call for total inclusion in the national decision-making process. In this day and age where countries in Africa are calling and pooling the resources and leveraging those resources towards national development, the Gambia remains one of the few countries with as active a diaspora as we currently have that is not making making its diaspora an integral part of that decision-making process at elections. We hope this will change this year. And the promises that have been made, the policy decisions that have been articulated, but also the willingness on the part of a large number of Gambians who support diaspora voting, gives us confidence that it can be done and should be done for the 2021 election. But key for us is that we need, at this point, to have representation at the National Assembly level. We are saying 5 potential constituencies in the diaspora, including Africa, America, the Middle East, Australasia, and I think it's Africa, Australasia, and other regions, plus North and Southern Europe, are the 5 that have been identified as potential constituencies to return 5 diasporan representatives to the National Assembly. I am of the view that this would benefit the Gambia in a lot of ways, as it is and has been seen to have done in countries like Senegal, which has enfranchised their diaspora going back to 1992, and giving them 15 seats at the National Assembly. One of the major the experts that have been helping the Senegalese government to enfranchise their diaspora is the very professor that we talk about and the convener of this major forum for interactive discussion in the person of Professor Jibril Fall. And he had the good courage to invite the IEC chairman to one of their deliberations so that he can familiarize himself with the processes and how Senegal has managed to pull this out. We continue to hope that it will happen this year, that the diaspora can vote, the Gambian diaspora can vote. We are 200,000 in number, give or take, and it's an important constituency that must now be recognized, and that it has been done in policy documents like the National Assembly, the National Development Plan, where it has now been declared as the 8th region of the country. This may be a socioeconomic concept, so that the full entitlements and the full rights of Gambian diaspora is extended to the people, Gambians living abroad. Now, of course, we will wait and see what happens, and that that some of the challenges that the IEC is currently facing is not going to have an adverse impact and a negative impact on what they have promised to do. And we believe that when they say they are going to, it is going to happen in July, that the registration will happen in July. And that come December and later on in 2022, the first quarter in April or thereabout, that we will not only be able to vote for National Assembly members on the ground in Gambia, but that we would have identified, we would have demarcated these 5 constituencies in the diaspora that has been identified by the MSDG, and that we would return 5 National Assembly members from the diaspora to join their brothers in the National Assembly to deliberate on matters of Gambia and its increasing diaspora to ensure that we become part and parcel in a political way of this great renewal that Gambia is going through. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me the opportunity to just give a brief overview of where we are right now as far as the diaspora voting is concerned. The questions of the logistics have been a daunting one for most, and I hope I have tried to explain how this can be overcome by not really sticking of
all right.
That the IEC is lamenting the fact that with the increased number of political parties, that it will become a lot more daunting considering the number of ballots and drums that they are going to have to take around. We are saying there can be other ways of conceptualizing, but also of doing the voting and the modalities as we look forward to taking part, a full part in the next periodic elections in December and hopefully in April of 2022. So thank you very much.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Baum. Of course, Mr. Baum has clearly paved the way for this conversation as it is. Thank you so much. Quite great enthusiasm we're hearing from the way you were speaking about this. And we do hope to get answers from the panelists we'll be talking to later on the program. But of course, we are going to move on to our next speaker, who happens to be today, and he is the Honorable Aboubakry Jallow. He is a diaspora member of the 13th Legislature, National Assembly of Senegal, representing the Americas and Oceania. Well, Mr. Jallow, Honorable, you are welcome to this very important panel today. And I would just first of all like to start with, of course, you telling us about your experience as a diaspora parliamentarian.
Yes, thank you, Caesar. Thank you to all of you. I hope you guys hear me very well, or should I move my Computer a little bit.
We can hear you. You can just move your video a little bit for us to see your face.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
Much better. Yeah.
All right. So thank you to all. Let me beginning by thanking truly Ms. Jibril Fall, who invited me to be part of this session, this important session. And I want to say hi to everybody, all protocol respected. Indeed, my name is Abu Bakr Diallo. I'm one of the 116 members of the Senegalese National Assembly, but also one of the 15 members of the National Senegalese Assembly from the diaspora. This is a great topic, and I'm glad that here in the Brotherhood Gambia, we're talking about this because myself, I've been living in the United States over 20 years, and this issue was talked every day because I used to be the president of the Senegalese residing in Rhode Island. That's where I reside. And luckily, our president, before even he became the president in 2012, President Macky Sall, he knew the support of the Senegalese living abroad, and economically and socially speaking. So he's been saying before even he became president that once I become president, I will make the Senegalese diaspora the 15th region. Let's say that we have 14 regions here in Senegal, and then I'm gonna make the Senegalese diaspora the 15th region. So make no mistake, soon as he get elected in 2012, that was one of his biggest and priority agenda. And we are about 3 million Senegalese that live abroad. I heard you guys talking about GDP. Senegalese people sent about $2.5 billion every single year here in Senegal. So those are the transactions we can trace. I'm not talking now about the other transaction that you cannot trace. Let's say I'm in New York today, I live with a friend, and I want to send $1,000 to Senegal, and here is my friend who has money in Senegal. I can give him right there the $1,000, and he can call his family and see the equivalent in CFA and bring it to my family. Those transactions, financial transactions, you cannot trace them. So it's well over the $2.5 billion that we are sending almost every year. And plus the experience that we have, all of us that live abroad have by living with other developed countries. So all those reasons made the president said that indefinitely we need to have the help of the diaspora in our economy and in our developing country. So that's why in 2016, we made a referendum in which we included this point. It's the number 8, if you guys can go on it. So where we gonna have this, representation from the diaspora in the National Assembly. But also we add a very important point that enable the representation national of the Assembly, where they said we're going to have the expansion of the power of the National Assembly in terms of monitoring government action and evaluating public policies, which is a huge point for us as members of the National Assembly to help us to really control what the government is doing. So after the referendum, that was the A won by over 63%. And then, so we went on election on 2017, where the government, Senegal, sent it in 4 departments. One, the whole Europe was a department. Asia and Middle East was a department.
Africa, the whole Africa was a department, and then America and Oceania was another department which I came from. So we have around 200,000 registered voting. All of them didn't vote, of course. So here is how we got to have the 15 members of the diaspora, because it's a pro rata of the number of people that registered and voted in where you are. Where I am, one could ask how you can have all these big departments from North America, all the way from Canada, goes all the way down to the south of America to Argentina, and then plus the oceanic continent, which is huge for one person. But it's just because a lot of people didn't vote it in 2017, where we have in Europe almost 55 people voted. In Africa, almost 65 people voted. So that's why in Europe we have 6 representation, 6 National Assembly. In Africa we have 7. In Asia and Middle East we have 1. In America and Oceania we have 1. So this is a test, but we really appreciate that, because we always said that a country, I mean, our countries cannot develop without the diaspora. It's impossible, because we have all the tools to really participate in our country's development. So that's what the president understood. So when we got elected, of course, everybody went back to his where he lives, and then we campaigned, and then we won. You know what I mean? We have in the 15 Senegalese representation in the National Assembly, 12 of them are in the party in power, but 3 of them are from the opposition. That means it was diverse, and luckily all 15 of us work in a network where we have a group. We talk about us and see each time how we're gonna talk to each other in order to really represent the people that elected us. So that's helping us until now anyway. And it was a big asset for us, because I remember very well, after the first session in 2017, those are not my words, those are the words of the President of the National Assembly, Mr. Nyas, who said, we really thank the asset that the Senegalese from diaspora bring it over here. In the debate and in the attendance, you know, it was well seen and well appreciated by all the members of the National Assembly. So that's why we knew the president didn't make a mistake by doing that, because when we were here, every time we go back to our department and try to sit with people, talk to them, ask them, and ask them where we could represent them, and we take all the issues and problems, and we bring it back to the National Assembly and try to do the best we can. So that's why I really commend you. I really do. What are you doing? And somebody was saying he hoped this is going to happen this year. I hope so. I hope so, because what I'm seeing as someone who, like I told you earlier, lived 20 years in the United States, I knew it was a huge asset that we bring here in Senegal. Not only we represent our people from the diaspora, but also we represent the people where we live, but also where you come from. Somebody like man, I come from the rural place, like 450 kilometers from here. And I even represent them because they have a lot of issues, and I have some time to go there and ask them the issues and try to bring it back to the assembly. It means the one that represents the diaspora is someone who played a big role, not only from those who elected him, but those who that are here and then have some issues. So that's why I truly believe this is one of the best things that the president did. Because at first, when we were talking about, people was telling how this can happen. because myself, I'm saying nobody can represent better the people that live in the diaspora than people that already live there. Myself, I went all over the place, from somebody who had real issues, financially speaking, and live with people that have that kind of problem, how they lived, and from there have a little bit of better life. So I know today for a fact how my people are living over there. I've been around the United States. I visited 39 states in the 50 states we have over there. I went to Canada. So I seen it also. This helped me really to represent them more than someone who's been elected here and try to represent people that he doesn't even know how they live. He doesn't even know what they're doing over there. I think this is one of the best things that can happen to all of us as an African country, because I'm pretty much sure the people that live in the diaspora think day and night what's going on in their country. So that's why those people, and they witness, they experience a lot of things where they are. So all those experiences and all those background they have, for sure, will come and help to develop our country. So that's why, make no mistake, when we got that, we say this is a test, though. You know, this is the first time that ever happened to Senegal. Maybe somebody would ask me, how are there issues after that? Yeah, the main issue we have is, first, we're trying to battle to have the statute of the Senegalese of the diaspora, our statute as a national deputies, but also the fact that we have only 2 tickets per year to go back to our department and try to see our constitution, which is not an easy thing, because myself, if you take myself, I have that big department to do. One only with 2 tickets, I'm not even able to do all the United States with 50 states. I wish I could come to every single one of the Senegalese that live over there and sit with him and talk to him. I'm not talking about Canada that is bigger than the United States, never mind Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and so and so. So it means those are the issues we are having right now. And I hope when you guys are going to do that, you're going to do everything to enable those future parliamentary to be in a better position, to have the tools to be able to do their job. We are trying to do the best we can. We are trying to have the National Assembly statute, how we're going to be, how we're going to treat it, how are the Senegalese living abroad, and also how they're going to give us more tools to be able to go back whenever we could, to go see those people and then really ask them their problem, because that's why we're here. So those are the main issues we're having right now. But I can tell you, after 3 years that I've been in the National Assembly, I can tell you we did a lot of work for those people that live abroad, from how they're gonna get their IDs. Where I live, like in Canada, we don't have a consulate over there. So I fought really hard to help them have their passport, because we know most of the Senegalese that live in Canada, they are students. So if their passport are expired, they might not even be able to go back to school. So my main issue was how are we gonna help them to have, in a timely fashion, their passport, so they won't lose their curriculum. So those are the things that we fix it. And agriculture, we're trying to do everything we can, so people that live abroad and wanting to invest in the agriculture field, they can come back and then do that. So we're trying to see how how we're going to give them land. So when they come over here, they're not going to waste their time to start. So all those issues, I'm pretty much sure if it wasn't us, the people that live here couldn't do that job, because they really don't know what these people are going through. Today we have a lot of of our people that want to come back after saying 20 years, 30 years, 40 years abroad. They want to come back and live their golden years with their loved one. So those, before they come back, they have to be prepared. You know what I mean? Economically talking, and healthfully. You know, so all those situations, we're trying to do the best we can to prepare them. So when they come back, they're not going to be maybe comfortable as they were in United States or elsewhere, but at least they're going to be living here a decent life. So this is one of our job, and I really thank the president for doing this for us, because I know even after us, now we are trying to do everything we can to enable those that are going to come after us to have a better way to represent us, because this is a new thing. So yeah, it's not that easy, but we truly thank the president for having that. So let me stop here. I know a lot of people want to talk, but I really thank you to give me that opportunity to talk with that fellow, my brothers and sisters that live in Gambia. And then I thank again Mr. Jibril Fall.
Very well. Thank you so much, Honorable Jallo. A fascinating story there. Quite great insights that you've given into this matter. And I think it just basically explains how much importance it is to have the diaspora, of course, represent the people themselves. So that is very, very important. And I'm pretty sure we've taken quite a lot from what you've said into what we're going to be talking about today in itself. So thank you so much once again, and I hope we have you around till the end. So right about now, well, if you're still with us here, we are about to get into it, and I'm pretty sure already my discussants here in the panelists are already on standby to get this conversation rolling. Well, we are going to be giving, of course, each speaker 5 minutes to answer the first questions. I have like major questions for each of them, and then eventually maybe 1 or 2 follow-ups, and then we will open, of course, the floor. We're aware of the fact that we have participants from the University of the Gambia, and as well others that are joining here via Zoom, so that they can also have the opportunity to send in their questions and comments. We have, of course, the chat Q&A section that you can use. You can pose your questions there. And of course, our technicians will let us know the questions once they are written. And when we have the time, of course, to get them, we'll maybe get 3 or 4 of those. And our panelists, of course, will answer. What I'll do now is, if I can get, of course, the panelists to unmute their mics, because I'd like to know if they're already here with me as I introduce them. Yes, and I'm going to ask the questions in that order of introduction. And of course, our first panelist I have here once again, is Mr. Sambujang Njai, Chief Electoral Officer at the Independent Electoral Commission. Mr. Njai, it's good to have you once again here on this very important forum.
Thank you very much, Fatu, and good evening wherever you may be watching from. Good evening from Banjul. I'm happy to be here with you. I must thank Professor Fall and SNF4 for hosting this workshop on Gambian diaspora voting and representation.
Very well. In fact, the Mr. Njai is right here with me, so that makes it even more interesting. But our second guest is Mr. Cherno Omar Kebe. Mr. Cherno Omar Kebe is government economist and researcher. Mr. Kebe, are you here with us? Yes, if Mr. Kebe can unmute his mic, just so we can know that you're here with us. Mr. Kebe? Oh, well, so I'm sure he's here with us.
Yeah, he would join back in a minute.
In a minute, okay. All right, so we'll anticipate his presence. Of course, we also have Dr. Satang Nabane. Dr. Satang Nabane is founder and director, Law Hub Gambia. I'm sure she's here. I can already see her presence. Satang, are you here with us?
Hi, yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Thank you so much
I'm
for
here,
joining.
yeah. Thank you.
Very well, you're welcome. And we also have Miss Sophie Cisse. She is the Executive African Immigrant caucus and founding member of Duga. She's from that executive as well. Ms. Cisse, you're also welcome to this panel. Are you here with us?
I am here with you, Fatu. Hello, everyone.
Hello, very well. Good to have you here. And our final guest, our final speaker on this panel is Mr. Joseph Joy Goswell. He is Gambian elections analyst. Mr. Joseph, I can see you're already here with us. You will need to unmute your mic, yes.
I am. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on this forum. Thank you.
Awesome. And I also see Mr. Kebe has also joined now. Mr. Kebe, you can hear us clearly?
Yes, I can hear you now. And good afternoon to everybody.
Afternoon. Awesome. So it looks like I have all the panelists set and ready to get this rolling. I just kindly ask you to mute your mics once again. And the one I would direct the question to might be the perfect person to unmute theirs so that we will not get any interference. And as usual, I'd like to, of course, start with the Independent Electoral Commission, because we definitely need to know their take and understand exactly why we're heading in this same matter. Of course, Mr. Njai, last year we did talk about the practicalities of diaspora voting, and you were so much optimistic about this that, of course, it will happen in the coming months. As simple as it may seem, this definitely needs strong ICT infrastructure and as well qualified personnel to operate, if you will ask me. I mean, in other countries, these things are already in place. So getting the diaspora to vote was more or less like strengthening already existing systems. But in our case, we're already, in fact, talking about logistical challenges at the national front. What signal is this sending? Can the diaspora be hopeful of their participation in the coming months?
Okay, thank you, Afatu, once again, and good evening to all, wherever they may be watching. And to begin with, I'm very happy to be associated with this SNF4 workshop on Gambian diaspora voting and representation. And to respond to your question, that to begin with, there has already been some logistical challenge being experienced by the IEC, and that will lead to the postponement of the commencement of the voter registration 2021. Let me just clarify here what happened. The challenge, like we initially reported, is all caused by a procurement issue, which is being resolved by the IEC and the Gambia Procurement Authority. And in fact, for our first press release, we issued another press release on Wednesday to clarify the issue, which has already been into public domain. And we only hope and pray that by July, when we schedule the diaspora registration, this issue would have been resolved. Because of we are anticipating to commence this registration pretty soon. As soon as we settle with GPPA, we want to come back. In fact, we'll be giving regular updates concerning these things, because we know this is a national activity that we should conduct, and we've been conducted, but due to some misunderstanding from the GPPA on IC's issues, this is why we couldn't get approval to proceed with the procurement. But having said that, the diaspora, like I said last year, and I'm going to say this thing this year, and in fact, it's been mentioned earlier in the morning in my chairman's statement that the diaspora must participate in voting and must be represented. This is why this year, when we drafted the electoral calendar, we have fully included the diaspora to be registered from the 1st of July to the 31st of July, and they will also participate in the presidential election of 4th December 2021. And much work has been done on this. We have already requested information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on number of Gambians around the globe. Just in addition to that, we also factored in the IEC 2021 budget submitted the diaspora voting and diaspora registration. Because of course, we've been talking diaspora registration, diaspora voting, and this can only happen if the resources are available. This is also provided in the budget we submitted. And the IEC even further went to the National Assembly to explain to the National Assembly members the huge increase in its proposed budget for 2021, among which is the diaspora voter registration. And diaspora registration and voting. And just to also inform these followers that we did not even rest on our laurel. We, in order to have a good insight and gain knowledge and insight into diaspora voting, we've conducted a study tour to the Republic of Cape Verde. And as we know, Cape Verde has more voters outside Cape Verde than in Cape Verde. Yeah. And presently, we are preparing a paper for regulation on diaspora voting. Of course, we are not now arguing the law. The law has settled it all, that there should be diaspora voting, there should be diaspora registration. But now, further to that, we must have the regulation. That is the how. The why is already established. Now is the how. This is why what I'm saying now, we are calling on all technical partners to come on board to consult the IEC if they have any information, if they have any suggestion, idea that they can give to the IEC to include in its paper to be presented for regulation. And I will not hesitate to say here in our submission, not only in our submission, but in the procurement, that is already already has some problem. We have fully integrated diaspora voting materials and diaspora registration materials in this procurement. Sorry, diaspora registration materials, because of the procurement is on registration material. Because we know after the national registration, we should go outside to register Gambia, and we cannot just order for Gambia without ordering for the diaspora. So we have included everything in this order that we want to place, which we have some procurement issues. And as soon as this is resolved, we will first conduct the registration in the Gambia and go to the diaspora. So all that I'm asking the diaspora, get prepared, get your documents ready. The IEC will be coming to register you once you've conducted its national registration.
Well, that's good news, of course, coming from you. And of course, at this point, we're talking about actions and logistics. And you mentioned regulations, which of course is very important. We were expecting to see some sort of reforms in this area. But before I move, since we have 2 minutes still to exhaust in that 5 minutes, there needs to be a communication process guiding this whole process. Has that been done already? And what stage are we at currently?
Like I said, the stage we are now, you see, this when it comes to electoral issues, it must be law guided first. We know the Constitution has set the space for registration, but the how of it, that's what we are working now. And let me just report here that we received a paper from Professor Fall on issues regarding diaspora voting that he has already submitted to the Minister of Justice for consideration in the elections bill. That is in draft stage. We must thank him for that insight. But what we are doing now, we are not only communicating to the diaspora, but we have already communicated to all the governments, because after the 2016, the Commission sat and said there should be some reforms. This is why in 2019 there was this regional consultation. Not only the diaspora issue was looked at, but other electoral issues. After which it was validated, and we submitted this validated proposal to the Ministry of Justice for consideration. The Ministry in turn organized another validation, two validations, to further add value to it. And after which, now the elections bill, which is the guiding document on election, is the proposed election bill is with the Ministry of Justice for onwards transmission to the relevant authorities for enactment.
All right. We'll just hold it there and probably come back to you again, Mr. Njai. But let us move on. We have the government economist here and researcher. He is, of course, Mr. Cherno Omar Kebe. And I would just like to pose to him now, because when we talk about inclusion in this context, it's also about political liberalization for increased participation. But like we've seen, and we've seen other instances as well in other parts of the world, cost and finances are always a major concern with diaspora enfranchisement. With the current economic trajectory, Mr. Kebe, would you say the logistics are in fact attainable? And if it doesn't in any way materialize, would it have any form of consequences on external contributions, of course, in the form of remittances and investments?
Thank you, Fadu. First of all, I would like to thank the MSDG project, Professor Fall, and the rest of his team. And also would like to thank Mr. Jagan Bahum of MSDG for that keynote address, and our brother from Senegal, Boubacar Diallo, Senegalese Diaspora National Assembly member, and also to our brother from the IEC, Sambou Janjai, for his take on this issue. I think from my perspective, it is easy to say the diaspora is going to vote. I think we have to look beyond the fact that the law can be ratified, the law can be put in place, and Gambians can be excited that they can vote, or Gambians in diaspora can be excited that they can vote. But again, the most important thing that we are facing right now, as you mentioned, is the resources. Do we have the resources? Do we have the capabilities to be able to register Gambians as early as June or July, July 1st, and then be able to allow them to vote in December? Now, when we speak of that, speaking from my perspective as a social science student, I'll call myself, I think the starting point is locating where Gambians are. That is the first start. I know the gentleman from the IEC mentioned that they've contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find out where Gambians are. Well, I don't want to sound cynic or negative here, but I can tell you that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doesn't know where Gambians are, because I've worked with them a couple of times trying to get some data on Gambians, and I couldn't get any information from them. In fact, in one of my contacts with them, they actually sent me a data set that I had prepared back in 2017. So that shows you that they don't have it in place. Now, again, going back to my point, this idea of the logistics for Gambians to vote, I think our starting point should be locating where Gambians are. And obviously that ties into the resource issue you are talking about. So that brings up the question, do we need to have a diaspora census? A diaspora census being, do we need to count the number of Gambians in different countries in the world? I can tell you that there are 137 Gambians in Australia. But do we set up a voting system or registration system in Australia would be one question. Now, I wouldn't call for a diaspora census. I think many people have brought that idea up, and considering that registration will be in about 6 months, I think the focus, in order to minimize our mega resources, would be to look at the existing data that we have. I mean, there are quality issues in this data, but I know for a fact that for major destination countries for Gambians, the United States, the UK, Spain, Italy, Germany, and some of the Scandinavian countries, there is some pretty good data on the number of Gambians that are living in those countries. And we don't only know, there's not only data about their numbers, but also their age distribution, but also the cities and the regions that they live in. So I'll throw a few things out there. There is some work I did starting back in 2013. I published something called the statistical portrait of the Gambian diaspora every 2 years, starting from 2013. I did one in 2017, I did one in 2019. And because of the importance of the 2020 election and the consideration that the diaspora might vote, I decided that I should not wait until 2021, but instead come up with an estimate of the total number of Gambians who are living abroad in a new statistical portrait for 2020. And currently the draft has been going around getting comments from people like Professor Fowl to make adjustments to the data, and then to also get feedback on some of the methodology that is used to compile the data. Now, if we look at it globally, I know Brother Jagan Bahum said about 200,000 Gambians. Yes, it could be 200,000 Gambians living abroad, but those numbers seem somewhat high if you look at it closely. The United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs estimated that there are 118,000 Gambians. The World Bank estimated that there are about 109,000 Gambians. Now, these are all estimates. But based on what I was able to compile, and I looked at the national statistics offices of different countries, almost all the countries that Gambians are, and where there is data available, my estimate is that there are probably about 142,000 Gambians living outside of the Gambia. And for those, like I mentioned, we know where majority of them are living. And I may announce over here, as I move through this discussion, that we plan on presenting this information to the IEC, where they can be able to see exactly where Gambians are living. So in the United States, what states and what cities, what major cities Gambians are living in. And the same thing with countries like Italy and also Spain. Now, looking at this data and where to focus on when it comes to the logistics, I believe it appears the consensus is that there is going to be a voter registration and there is going to be in-person voting. To me, this is not very practicable, if you will, in that if you consider the US, for example, if you have to use the US as an example, by my estimates, there are about 27,000 Gambians in the US, and we are spread throughout the United States. I live in Virginia. My sister from the previous presentation lives in Maryland. Pastor Majau lives in Maryland. Dr. Nabani, I believe, lives in Washington State. And between my time zone and Washington State time zone is about three hours. And of course, we all know, for us in the diaspora, it's not like the Gambia where you work from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and you come back to your house and you can go in the evening and vote. Some of us work in the morning, some of us work double shifts, some of us work on weekends. So the IEC have to consider all these different factors. How could we make it easy for the diaspora to vote? And I think while the law might state that in-person voting is what is going to happen, or that's the process just like it is done in the Gambia, I think we may want to revisit that and consider things like mail-in voting for the diaspora population, working with the different Gambian embassies across the globe, and making sure that registration can also be done by mail. If you come to the United States, I know the gentleman from the IEC talked about resources. We have 50 states in the US, and by my estimates, Gambians are concentrated in almost all the states. Of course, we have major population centers. How do you set up voter registration in the different cities, and even if in the different states? And even if you go within those states, how are you going to reach people in the different cities, which can be hundreds of miles away from each other? The same thing is the case in the UK, and the same thing is the case for Italy and Germany. Now, in Spain, we know that about 80% of Gambians live in one region, that is the Catalonia region, so that it may be easier over there. So the idea here that I'm trying to put forward is that when we are looking at registering the diaspora population, and when we are looking at making sure that they vote, and they vote in a way that they are not disenfranchised, we have to think outside of the box. When we say thinking outside of the box, we have to think along those lines of, either electronic voting or voting by mail, instead of just sticking with this idea of in-person voting. I think it will be a logistical nightmare. And the brother from Senegal did mention, I was taking some notes during his presentation, that out of 3 million Senegalese diaspora, they've registered 200,000. And if I catch his presentation properly, only 65 voted in. I don't know whether he meant 65,000, but I have the number 65, which seems very low, that voted in Africa. And then about another 50 that voted in Europe. So for us to avoid that, to make this thing a little bit more convenient.
Very well. And we'll just hold it for a moment. Mr. Kebe, quite interesting interventions you are making. Of course, data is very much important in allocating the resources. I have a follow-up question here, but just if you can summarize this in just maybe a minute or so, how hopeful can we be of a major turnout? You've of course given examples of instances in this case, because if we anticipate for a major turnout and that eventually does not happen in terms of the voting, that of course comes back to the expenses and how it does affect the allocation of resources. So from the look of things and from your study, can we be hopeful for a major voter turnout from the diasporans?
That's a very good question. And I think it goes back to my point about making sure that we have a way or a mechanism in place that will allow for the diaspora to vote conveniently. When I say conveniently, I don't mean, convenient as in they can sit in their house and do something, but considering the fact that we are in different places and the different time zones in the different areas and the work schedule of the diaspora, I think in order for us to get a reasonable turnout, I think we have to look outside of the box and then look at these other ways of voting and voting by mail. I know you talked to the IEC gentleman about the IT infrastructure, maybe even electronic voting by online voting or some electronic means.
All right, thank you. We'll hold it at that. And let me just shift to Dr. Satang there, because now it's getting even more interesting. We need to talk about, of course, the laws, the regulations as well. Mr. Njai mentioned briefly, but I wanted to reserve that even more for Satang. Tell me, Doctor, what is your impression already on the already existing electoral laws? I'm aware of the fact that you did study in South Africa, probably worked there a little while as well. I mean, this country, South Africa, is a typical example of a policy reversal in this area. Tell us, what will it take to come with a progressive legislative framework to guide this specific process? You're not hearing me? Oh, we can't hear you.
Okay, so I wasn't able to unmute, sorry.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You got that question clearly?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you, Fatu. And it's an honor to be on this panel with these very distinguished panelists as well. And just to add a little bit of my own perspective regarding diaspora voting and representation. Mm-hmm. I think just going back to your question from the previous speakers, as well as especially with the keynote by Mr. Bahum. I mean, there's no question regarding the right to vote for, the diaspora, which is provided for in under Section 26 and 39, as he rightly said, under the 1997 Constitution, but also in terms of the fact that Section 11 of the Elections Act also mandates the IEC to maintain a register. And the idea is that the right to vote places an obligation on the state, not just to refrain from preventing people from voting, but to make sure that positive mechanisms are in place to actually realize those rights. We do know in reality that whilst the right to vote for all citizens, including the diaspora and Gambians living abroad, is provided for, it's an unimplemented right. So that means both the IEC and government in general have actually failed in ensuring the realization of these rights. I think in a sense, and I think the IEC representative, Mr. Njai, stipulated earlier, as well as Mr. Bahum and everybody else, that the Electoral Act that we currently have is actually under review, and I'm not sure it's going to be adopted before the presidential election, possibly. But I think in terms of ensuring the implementation of the provision that we have in the Constitution, there needs to be the law. We need law reform, which is currently ongoing, which needs to be more explicit in terms of effectively setting out how the constitutional right to vote in this sense will be fulfilled. So specifically the IEC, and I think just to reiterate Mr. Kebe's point, do have an obligation, as I said, under the Electoral Act to ensure that they have a voter register of Gambians, which includes Gambians living abroad, which I think, as highlighted in the discussion, we don't currently have. So that means they are failing in that sense. And the efforts by Mr. Kebe and others means that, you know, it's a starting point for the IAC to ensure that they're able to exercise that obligation in terms of mapping and having a database of this population, which is very important as well. But I think, and just to go back, and I think my comment will also reiterate Mr. Kebe's point about this idea that probably, especially in terms of law reform, in terms of looking at the avenues for voting, we need to also look at alternative avenues for voting. So not just in person, as Mr. Kebe rightly said, there are going to be very many logistical problems and challenges regarding that, I guess. And some of the alternatives that he said in terms of either postal voting, electoral voting, and advanced voting, and all of those things might be better alternative or good alternatives in terms of just in-person voting. And the IEC, especially Ministry of Justice, in terms of law reform currently ongoing, need to effectively and consistently actually consult with interested and affected parties, as they are currently doing, in terms of ensuring that they're able to find an alternative that guarantees the legitimacy and transparency of the process. Because if it's clearly stipulated that it's just in-person voting, that's going to, as I said, going to be problematic. And I think it also goes back to this idea that one of the people that do not really support diaspora voting. So one of the challenges that they've been highlighting is this idea that, you know, you always have a low voter turnout, despite the fact that there are so much resources pumped into it. And I think, just as Mr. Kebe rightly said, in terms of ensuring that we do not invest so much resources into this and end up not having, you know, enough people turning up, it's important that we do have alternative means. So probably in terms of the law reform, you know, it can, whilst it can talk about in-person voting, it might be able to have like alternative options of voting, and I think this might be useful. But I also just wanted to highlight something. I know it's not related to your question, but with regard to Mr. Bahum's comment about representation, especially with dual citizenship and the effect of that, especially in terms of Section 712 and Section 91, in terms of this idea that, you know, if you're a dual citizen, you might not be able to run for presidency or serve in the cabinet or, run for elections, for parliamentary elections in a sense. And I think in terms of Section 712, it's an entrenched clause in the 1997 Constitution. So that means that if we want representation in terms of presidency and representation in the cabinet, that will likely require a referendum, which we do know that currently with our constitutional reform, we're in a predicament, right? So the draft constitution, which is more progressive than the 1997 constitution that we have, was rejected. So, you know, there are efforts, as everybody rightly said, in terms of trying to re-energize and repump in terms of bringing back, or alternatively, just having a constitution, a new constitution that is more progressive than the 1997 constitution that have been amended more than 50 times and doesn't really represent the aspirations and the wishes of the Gambian people. So in terms of thinking ahead of a new constitution, one of the things that can be included is this idea that, you know, but I know that that is also very a contentious issue, a contested debate around whether, you know, people that have dual citizenship will, you know, issues around loyalty, about patriotism and so forth. But I think some of the alternatives or proposals have been that in some instances where somebody with dual citizen, for instance, where the second country, if there is a debate or policy debate or considerations that have to be done with the second country, the person can recuse themselves. I mean, we know in the courts as well, if there are conflict of interest, people, lawyers and judges can recuse themselves. So this might be an alternative way of doing that. But I think in terms of representation in the National Assembly and having constituency for the diaspora, I think is possible in terms of engagement with the National Assembly, but generally engagement with in terms of pushing for this idea of fulfilling and enhancing the legitimacy process. But I'll stop here, I guess. And yeah, sorry.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Seta. Of course, that was very much clearly stated. And I like the fact that you mentioned the legitimacy and transparency of the process. The whole process of diaspora voting is very much important in this endeavor. And as it is, having a law that says that it's a must that diasporans should vote is something that nobody can pinpoint in this country. So I like the fact that you pointed that out, and I'm sure it's something that the IEC definitely needs to take on at this point. But let me just hold on to you and shift to Ms. Sophie. Ms. Sophie Cisse is from the African Immigrant Caucus and a founding member of DUGA. If you're hearing me clearly, Madam Cisse, I was just wanting to ask you, what do you say to the notion that, of course, diaspora voting is disproportionately expensive, considering the fact that political parties, of course, are responsible for their election campaigns and logistics in that endeavor. But what risks does that have on immigrants intending to vote, especially those immigrants that are undocumented?
Thank you, Fatu, and thank you for that very, very important question. Actually, as everyone was speaking about the logistics, the regulations, and all of what we have to bring to bear on ensuring that the Gambian diaspora exercises this franchise that is allowed for in our constitution. As someone who is very active in immigration issues in the United States, one of the questions that kept coming to my mind, the issue is how do we convince those who are perhaps getting their papers regularized, confident enough that when they are registered to vote, that their status, be they citizens or non-citizens, be they citizens who are in the process of regularizing their papers or not, that information is kept confidential. And we have to find a way to make sure that they have confidence in the process. We have to find a way to ensure that they participate and that they are protected, because it's a process. It's very similar to being an immigrant here, having a need for either be it education or access to healthcare. The separation is there between that need and your immigration status. So that clarity has to be embedded in whatever process we come up with to ensure that Gambians in the diaspora are registered to vote.
Oops, sorry, I put up, my mic was off. That is interesting. And of course, another contentious issue that comes about when you talk about, of course, diasporans voting is that one would say, why want to vote in your election process if you've decided to permanently stay in another country? Argument would be that if you are on exile, if we had like a large percentage of the population or citizens on exile, would have been better in a case wherein they were just there on their own will. Like for instance, in our case now, it is not as though we have a lot of people who are on exile and they don't have a choice to come back home. The environment now is free for anybody to return. What do you say to this notion?
Well, I wish it were only a matter of I wish Gambians outside of Gambia who decided to migrate was on the basis of, politics, that we're exiling ourselves permanently because of politics or whatever else, or fear for their lives or whatever else we may have. There are those who left the country for education purposes. There are those who are on international assignments in other countries. There are myriad number of reasons why we have Gambians in the diaspora. However, we are a very rich and enriching polity and a very important polity that the Gambian government should do very well, would be wise to tap into. There's the panel that you have, the panel that's been convened throughout these deliberations, reveals the richness of the richness and the breadth of the experiences and the education and that which all of these people can bring to bear on nation building. And also really, and I don't know if this is a Gambian statement or if it's just it's perhaps Gambian in that the growth of a nation starts with old people planting a tree under whose shade they may never sit. And what that says is that beginning a process that we all agree is important. We may not be around to witness the results or the benefit, but it is beneficial and it needs to be started, and it needs to be started somewhere, somehow. A point was made earlier about investing resources into registering diaspora voters and then having a very low turnout. Well, what's the end goal? And whose responsibility is it to ensure that there's a large turnout? And do we then make sure that all parties are engaged to encourage large voter turnout? There are countries in Africa who've enfranchised their citizens in the diaspora to vote. Some have had very, very low turnout, but that didn't stop them from making sure that that enfranchisement remains. And we just have to start from somewhere and keep doing the work that is necessary to ensure that we're all part and parcel of this process toward nation building.
And from your interaction with, of course, immigrants, migrants, would you say that you've seen that keen interest in them of wanting to take part in this electoral process?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, there's a reason why this conversation is taking place. It's because that the pulse has been taken of the diaspora for how they want to continue to engage. It is not enough that we send remittances. It is not enough that we invest privately. There's a whole lot more that we can do. And we have to have confidence that when we cast a vote, that we're allowed then to participate fully. And by participating fully is in bringing everything that we can bring, not only our money, but our ideas, our skills, and we are part of the economic activities on the ground. Because I think earlier on, the Honorable Minister, as we were talking about remittances and the percentage to GDP that amount contributes to, asked the question about how much of what we send is really for economic activity. I don't think he put it that way, but that's how I interpreted it, toward economic activity or for just sustenance. Well, here's an opportunity for those in the diaspora who are enfranchised to vote, but that vote is also followed up with the ability to come and participate one way or the other in the economic activities to really expand the opportunities, to really ensure that nation building takes place, to have the confidence and the support of the government who I put in place to ensure our participation, but to support our participation and to build confidence, the confidence of the diaspora in that participation.
Very well. Thank you so much, Ms. Sophie. I'll just put a pause to that and go on to our, of course, last speaker I have here before we wrap up what we are discussing and invite questions from, of course, the audience. But still, Mr. Joseph, I'm sure you are here with us here, right? You are an election analyst here in the country. Tell us, what's the possible politically substantive nature of the diaspora voting. These countries we're talking about here are not divided into constituencies yet, even though we're talking about, of course, the plans. But someone did mention that the foreign affairs, as we speak, have not, in fact, embarked on any of the feasibility study that they were supposed to do to confirm the number of diasporans there in this abroad. As a matter of fact, it's almost impossible for political parties to know their level of support abroad. What do you make of this notion, and how feasible do you think either ballot papers or marbles? Which one do you make of the most?
Well, first and foremost, thank you for your question. I am a big fan of the ballots, the marbles, which I feel has been a success story. But in light of the fact that we are going to involve in an electoral system of which we will be voting at different times, and also it will mean transporting our ballot papers or the marbles to a certain destination, and also lastly taking into account that there are nearly 15 political parties, I think for once I will ask that the diaspora be exempted from that. But notwithstanding that, I would love to see that the marbles are still retained on the ground as a best way of having a transparent election. Now, the other bit you raised is about the areas of constituencies and the fact that we're in the diaspora, there's several areas. Well, we just have to be sincere with it, that we shouldn't deny or disenfranchise anybody just because you are based in Afghanistan, and because you're based in Afghanistan and we cannot provide you access to vote. It is a right and not a privilege. And that's something which we should be emphasizing on. Now, there are other issues that we can look at with regards to the how we can map out the constituencies, where to vote and all that stuff. That's something which will look at the geographic setup of the area you are in. So for instance, you are in England, you look at an area, say, right, somewhere in London will be a major polling center, Manchester, Liverpool, areas where Gambians are highly resident. And what you can do, arrange to make it so easy for people that are in the remote areas have access to voting. Now, a colleague, the gentleman before, I think it's Mr. Kebe, talked about this idea of having postal voting. That could also be taken into account because that would be an easy way. We can also talk about the issue of using electronic voting. That's something which we can use. I'll put my hands up. I was a member of what we call the MSDG UK. When we had a petition here about the opposition coming together, we did not have a ballot box, we didn't have a marble, we had an electronic voting system. And that's something which we can take into account and see how best we can use it. In addition to that, the other thing that I think this should be done is now is the time for the IEC to work hand in hand with the diplomatic missions in the diaspora. Most of them know the amount of associations we have in the UK, America, or whatever, France, Spain, Italy. And that's where you will be able to canvass the information, sensitize the Gambians about them being put on the electoral register. So that's my point for now on that issue. On the other issue about the base is there. Gambians are growing. And what I want to say lastly is that the electoral register should be a living document. I'm saying a living document, not a document that we wait until 6 months before elections we say we're going to review it. It is something that should be done constantly so that we can erase, retain, or remove. But we don't wait until now, because at the moment we have a problem with, will we make July? Will July be feasible for us to be on the electoral register? The second thing you need to look at is also the issue about documentation, the criteria, what documents you need. If you haven't been to Gambia for so long, how would you get those documents for you to be determined as somebody qualified to vote? So those are my issues for now. Thank you.
Yes, the mic was off. Yeah, just I need you to answer this in a minute or so. We mentioned, of course, the importance of getting the diasporans to vote, to cast their votes, and also to be elected in parliament, as that is like the main focus right now. Tell us, what are the practicalities of their participation in parliamentary proceedings once they happen to be voted to sit in that National Assembly? Hello? Mr. Joseph, are you here with us?
COVID-19 has changed society.
Okay.
Adama Barrow did not attend a conference, ECOWAS conference. He had a virtual. He had a virtual conference and he was able to deliberate. Keir Starmer was in isolation and was still able to communicate by virtual. Now, if we mean what we TRRC sittings, some of them were heard by virtual. So I see no reason why, if Parliament has got specific provisions for parliamentarians to be connected online, why not impose it?
I'm not cutting. Yes, I'm not cutting you. I think we get that point now and it's clear. But just quickly, somebody mentioned the time difference as well. Would that in any way have an impact on the same issue?
Well, yes, it could have an impact, but we just need to see, because when you look at it, before 1995, our parliamentary session used to start in the evenings. Because what used to happen is that when you're a parliamentarian, it used to be that you have a second job. And the session used to start in the evenings. So if that means that we're having situations where parliament session has to start in the evenings to cater for somebody who's 5 hours behind or 5 hours ahead of Gambia, then we have to revisit it.
All right, so I think we get your point that this is in fact very possible. Before we bring on the question and answer session, I'll just turn back to the IEC representative here, who of course is the Chief Electoral Officer at the IEC. And of course, Mr. Njai, I'm sure you've heard most of their comments. You've heard all of it as well and some of their concerns. Just to sum it up before we move on to the questions from the people, I'm sure you've been taking notes, but I also have here, it's important that we note out the plans in general, locations here, schedule and processes, how you are engaging with, of course, embassies at these different countries to make sure that the facilitation of this documentation process is in fact held smoothly. But also based on what some of them have been saying, regulations. Right, it's important that we have a law, we have something that we can lay our hands on that says that it is a must, and it has spelled it out that diasporans should vote, and this is how it's been laid out. Also the registration process, right? Data in allocating the resources. Somebody also pointed that out, and the feasibility of marbles, if that is what we have to go by, to sum it up.
Okay, thank you, Fatu, again. Like you said, I've heard them all, and they did a very good presentation and recommendation. We at the IEC, we are open to all suggestions, ideas, and proposals. We cannot just reject anything, but we'll put it before us and look at it. But I can say for certain that when it's come to OCV, that is out-of-country voting, we know some countries use mail voting, some countries use postal voting, and in this day and time of IT, we can use also online voting. So what I'm trying to establish now is, let's have the regulation first put in place. The regulation is the most important thing, and then the resources. We are very open to extending the franchise to the diaspora as ever before. This is not the first year we're seeing it. This is not. This is for, I think, the third year, and we are committed by even putting up in a schedule that we are going to register them in July, and they will participate in the presidential election. But where now? That's what we are determining now in our regulations that we are in our paper that we are going to put for regulation. So having said that, I will call on all the diaspora people, if they have any information that is relevant to further adding value to extending the franchise to them, they're welcome. And again, let me also not hesitate to say these things by saying that all that we are saying is trying to extend the franchise. And in doing so, in this regulation, at the end of the day, there will be validation from all the political stakeholders, more so the political parties. The political parties are the key stakeholders in the electoral process. And I know they have, they've been supporting the diaspora inclusion in electoral process. So we are with them. So we will continue to work with them. In the coming months, we will come out as and when we have, as and when we are about to conduct any program, they will be duly informed. But their proposal of not about the paper ballot, we understand. Even for us, at the commission level, this is what we are proposing, paper ballot. We are not, what we are saying is, are we the dullest or the stupidest country to say we cannot migrate? But because of the challenges, imagine now we have about 16 registered political parties and 3 applications are on the decks, and we have another 3 independent candidates who have already announced their intention to run as independent candidates. So we are talking of 21 candidates per se at most. Because, and people, when you say this thing, they will just tell you that they are not all going to register. They are not all going to contest. But we as electoral administrators, we will not say they are not going to contest, because once you are registered, you register for a reason. And the reason is ultimately is to participate in election. So this is why when we are catering, we cater for all. And in doing so, imagine carrying those drums, 21 drums in, for the 1,000 or for the 2,000 polling station. That's a logistical nightmare. We've been, but anyway, at the end of the day, what the stakeholders, what is what we are going to conclude on. Right. So this is the issue. But the out-of-country voting, we are not against the ballot, the online. We are not against the mail voting. We are not against the postal voting. But again, we should be very careful, because we have seen some electoral issues in other countries. It's caused by IT. Ghana trade, they have IT problem, because they also had the same problem we had in 2006 by two results. We have seen Kenya, the results where the IT, that was their IT was hacked over 1,000 times. So we cannot subject governments to another problem. So we must be very careful of what we want to introduce, and it has to be tested and proven that is beyond satisfaction. That I can tell you.
Very well, thank you so much. Comes back to, again, qualified personnel and also the necessary ICT infrastructure. And then we would go now to the Q&A. But Mr. Njai, just in 5 seconds, tell us, would you say the logistics are there now to have this process rolling in June?
The logistics are not in process. If the logistics were in process, we would have started by next week our registration.
All right.
Because we have a procurement issue. That's what we are working around to resolve now.
Very well. Okay. Thank you so much. I now hand over to Ndai Jobate. Ndai will, of course, take us through the questions we're receiving and direct them to of course, the relevant panelists.
Yes, thank you so much, Fatou. The first question we have here is from the University of the Gambia Student Union. They are saying this question is to Pasamba Jau. I'm not sure if they are still here, and the Honorable Minister Mamburen Njai. What are the schemes that are put in place by the government of the Gambia and the members of the diaspora in helping the youth of the country to visualize their potential? Do I give you all the questions?
We might want to get the ones relevant to this, this specific panel. Yes, yes, the diaspora voting here. We're talking about the actions and logistics. So maybe those ones relevant to this would be better, yes.
Yes. Okay, still the University of the Gambia Student Union, what prompted the IAC to think of diaspora voting? What effective mechanisms do you have in place to make the diaspora voting possible and effective? And looking at the country's economy and, of course, the limited resources available availability, do you think the idea of diaspora voting is feasible in the Gambia?
Okay, we'll take 2 more questions once and then they would answer.
Okay, then another question. These are from the Facebook. There is somebody asking called Bab Bunyai from Finland. Is the IAC going to go country to register people? And another question is from Swaidu Java from Sweden. Does the Gambia need an external team in each country to facilitate diaspora voter register?
Very well. Thank you so much, Ndai. Of course, Mr. Njai, you've heard those questions.
I know the questions will be coming, and let them keep on posting the question. We will try to answer most of the questions as to the best of our knowledge. To the UTG students or whatever who has asked what is the reason behind the diaspora voting, I think if this is what Professor Fall and his team will not be very happy to hear that. Yes, because for me, the end objective of this whole NSF4 is all about diaspora voting, and there's been yearning for it. So, I mean, and just to answer the question is, it's not about a benefit, it's about a right. And the right must be accorded to whoever is due to. So it's their rights, especially the Constitution. It's now up to the is upon the IC to extend to fulfill their mandate by giving them their right. So whatever it takes, it should take it, but they should get it. So on the country-to-country registry, yes, just to be factual with you, we cannot go to the 184 countries of the world. And even in each country, we cannot go to all the cities and towns of that country. This is why we are looking for information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see where we have large concentration of Gambians. And the good thing is we have a paper from Professor Fall, produced by MSDG, produced by Kebe, which is very helpful. And seeing some number of governments across Europe and European cities and America. And in addition to that, whoever has any information which is very credible, you can let us have it. But we cannot go from country to country of the world. We will be having selected or targeted countries to visit. And we will also select in those countries specific places to visit. On the issue of each team to go to any country, no, I think whatever the case may be, we will look in the cost and the cost of sending a team vis-a-vis the credibility of having a team doing it there, because of this an issue of election. And election, there is this issue of trust and credibility. We are being mandated, and if we decide to give out these things of people who are there, there will be an issue of credibility and trust. But in any way, it's either we send a team or we have a coordinator from us to head a team outside. But we cannot leave it wholly and solely of diaspora government there conducting election for them for IEC in the Gambia here.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Njai. If you're still there, maybe if you have one last important one that you would want to come on, bring on board before we move on to the last thing on the agenda.
Okay, we have one question and then we have another question from the panelist, that is Sophie as well. Yeah. The one is from Elizabeth Sosesise. Our high literacy rate means that the switch from marble to paper ballot should be staggered. Can the switch not be tested first in local council elections? Then from Sophie Sise, can Mr. Yai be able to share the procurement challenges that the IAC is facing?
All right. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Njai, those are the last ones we're taking.
Yes, thank you very much again. On the issue of the literacy rate vis-a-vis the ballot paper, I can tell you ballot paper is being used all over the world. Gambia is the only country which is not using ballot paper. And if you look at it, I don't want to mention countries, but I have to. If you look at some countries in West Africa, they don't have a higher literacy rate than we have. Look at Liberia, look at Guinea-Bissau, they're using ballot papers. So this is the question is, are we the dullest or the most intelligent people? Neither we are the dullest nor the most intelligent, but I can tell you, even the market woman today can do WhatsApp. So why not a ballot paper, which is just a list of the name, the photos, and the symbol. And it is also incumbent on the political parties in their campaign to do some sensitization. We are saying we must move. We are not moving because we just want to move or the system we have is bad. We are moving because of circumstances have changed. With 16 political parties already registered, I believe in me, probably before the end of this month, another will register because I'm in charge of registration of political parties. 3 are on my decks, 3 applications. And we have already seen 3 individual announcing their intention to participate as independent candidates. So by June, we may have even 25 candidates. So that's it. On the procurement, I will be very happy to share that. The whole issue is all about a standoff between the IEC and the GPPA. In July, the IEC wrote to the GPPA to request for approval to tender internationally for election, voter registration materials. The GPPA approved the request. The IEC did the bidding documents and submitted to GPPA for approval again. The GPPA approved the bidding document. The IEC published this bidding document for 1 month and invited bidders. The end of the bids were open in the presence of the bidders representative at GPPA, bid price announces, and bidders announced. So immediately after that, a procurement committee of the IEC went into evaluation of the various bids. The bids received were 4, 1 from a local company or a national company, and 3 were from an international company. 1 from Canada, 1 from ECAM is from China, and the other one, Demolog, is from Germany. Based on the evaluation criteria, which was put in the bidding document by the IEC and approved by the GPPA, we evaluated and came up with a decision to say ESI, being the Canadian company, is the most responsive, and we send our evaluation with the recommendation to GPPA to approve. GPPA turned out to say, no, your evaluation is not correct. The other company, which is the German company, Demolog, is the most responsive.
Okay.
So based on that, we saw that from our experience, our technical know-how, our skills in election, and why would a procurement authority tell us that this company cannot do it for you? It's the other company. We wrote to them and said, look, we are going ahead with our registration by asking government to give us money because of, according to law, according to the constitution of the Gambia, which has set up the IEC, and you are set up by an act of parliament, and in the constitution is saying that the IEC is not subject to any control or direction by any authority, group of persons or individual. So they say, okay, you can proceed, but we are not going to give approval. Then the national auditor, the auditor general came in, because this was in the media, brought us together. We discussed and we submitted some other information. But GPPA was adamant that what we have submitted is not correct, because they are saying that in the evaluation there should be TOR. And the TOR was in the bidding document, but was not an evaluation criteria stated. And my question is, why would you mark or examine a student of law on economics paper? It's not correct. If a TOR was part of the evaluation criteria, we would have evaluated them on the TOR, but we cannot evaluate an individual on the TOR when that was not an evaluation criteria. Because of what they are avoiding is also what we are. Procurement is very sensitive. If you evaluate a company which was not an evaluation criteria, they can sue you to court. And once you are taken to court, the whole procurement will cease until the court settles.
Okay, I think that that was made clear. Yes, Mr. Njai.
Hello. Thank you. Yes. Gabriel?
Companies
Yes. Mr. Fall? Prof. Oh, sorry. Yes, Prof it is. Prof, if you are here, we're almost set. I was meant to believe that Mr. Bahum is supposed to conclude once again before we go.
I think Nene will hand over to Nene. Nene,
okay.
Are you on?
Yeah, Nene. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Fatu. Delegates, that was NSF4 for you. We've just concluded our... Am I muted? Can you hear me? Delegates, thank you very much. Fatu, Ms. Fatu Moloshi has just successfully concluded our second interactive thematic workshop, Gambian Diaspora Voting, Representation, Actions and Logistics. We have now concluded SNF4 2021. But before we round up, I just want to hand over to Professor Jibril Fall to do the concluding remarks.
Four should take place in rural Gambia. And we were quite excited by perhaps doing it with the Rural Development Institute. But of course, COVID-19 came, and this year we are online. We hope and pray that the pandemic will pass and that we're able to do the physical meetings. However, as Joseph Joey Goswell noted, the pandemic and the necessity to use digital platforms have opened up a number of opportunities which we should capitalize on. These workshops at SNF are always meant to be a catalyst and a start to a discussion with government ministries, civil society, business, to lead hopefully to some actions and some projects. So we hope that we would use the online platforms for further up discussions and for some practical actions. With Ministry of Finance particularly, my observation would be two things. One, the need that Elizabeth Sosinjai have repeated for us to move quickly towards the ability to issue a diaspora bond in Gambia. And it is the case, in my opinion, that both the ministry, the central bank, and many of the finance technicians and experts in Gambia are indeed in favor of this and would do whatever they can to facilitate it. The added opportunity is that the Ministry of Finance, as the minister said, successfully issued a local infrastructure bond. So that form of local borrowing, the debt structure they've used, may indeed be very suitable to do a diaspora bond. So we look forward to that in this year of 2021. In relation to the workshop just completed on diaspora representation and voting, my special thanks to the Honorable Abubakar Jallo, who has joined us, I thought it would be important to find a person who is diaspora and is elected as a diaspora representative and does the job. And I got him in short notice because he wasn't in the States, he was in Senegal. So I'm pleased that he's been able to join us. The two main issues I think that are worth considering are the population of the diaspora, Gambian diaspora, and the regulations. On population, really on data on Gambian diaspora population, to me, there are only two main sources. The United Nations Department of Economic and Social and Economic Affairs, UNDESA, and Cherno Omar Kebe. World Bank data is not as good as the comprehensive research that UNDESA does. Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Gambia is far, far from being an authority on the number of Gambians in the diaspora. And that is not necessarily due to any fault of theirs. But you may remember that we've only got out from dictatorship just 3-4 years ago. And of course, during the high influx of Gambians out of the country to the diaspora, many did that because they were fleeing the tyranny of Gambia. And even for those who did not flee Gambia, there was no trust whatever with government institutions. So there is no basis for the foreign ministry and the embassies and the missions to have good, credible data. We have seen improvements in the past few years, and we hope that that would increase. But the authority, you go to UNDESA, you criticize the data, you analyze it, and Kebe has been doing that, so it is a safe bet to start from where he's left it. And as he's presented, he's just done a comprehensive update. I also had the privilege to commission him to do a special in-depth study of the United States so that he would be able to tell us numbers that would be very, very credible and the locations, cities and towns where the Gambians are. For our part, we've been able to do that in the United Kingdom. I can tell you that the United Kingdom, the Office of National Statistics in May of 2020 said that there are 20,000 Gambians in the UK. This is 20,000 instead of the 17,000 that we're talking about up to May 2016. But up to May 2020. But of course, their 17,000 is also wrong, because for the first time, we've been able to commission and do a comprehensive study of Gambians in the UK. And we put it at 36,279. Everybody keeps asking me, who are those 9 people at the end? I don't know who they are. Anyway, we know the cities they live at and the towns they live in. For the other top 10 countries where you find the most Gambians, many of them, as Kebe noted, the local statistical authorities have credible data as to where the people are. So let's take the IEC's challenge to us, or invitation, that we should provide them with technical information and factual information to help them complete their regulations. Let's take them up on that. Let's help them finalize this. On the type of voting, I think the ultimate destination is electronic voting. I think that would be the best way, the cheapest way. But my sense is the policymakers, that is the government and many stakeholders in Gambia, do not yet have appetite for it. We actually had the pleasure to discuss this in a technical session with the IEC last year. And of course, as they said, they're open to every suggestion. But I can tell you that when we made this suggestion to be included in the elections bill of 2020, this one for electronic voting was only one of 2 things that were not included. meaning that many of the stakeholders in Gambia either do not understand it or are at least quite hesitant to go forward on this. So here's how I see it. As Mr. Njai, Chief Electoral Officer of IEC says, it is a right, full stop. So let's turn that right into practical reality. It will not be perfect, but let's start it so that we vote in 2021, irrespective of the size of how many have registered and how many have turned up. And then we develop it, we build it from that. I would remind you that when Senegal passed the referendum to allow 15 seats for the diaspora, they did not know the details of how those parliamentarians would go about their deliberations. I had the privilege to work with them on that, on the technicalities. And as Honorable Jallo told us, even now they are doing a lot, but it's not a perfect system. They're arguing as to how it would be improved. MSDG as a project is also working with the National Assembly. So we're very grateful to the clerk, to the speaker and to the clerk on how we can support their communications and IT system so that when and if, let's say when rather than if, we have diaspora parliamentarians, their participation through online platforms would be easy and smooth. Moderators, keynote speakers, discussants, participants, Gambians at home and Gambians abroad, I thank you all, very grateful for your ongoing support. And it is now my pleasure, together with Nene Bojang, our SNF4 host and moderator, to say thank you and goodbye. We meet again formally on SNF5 in January 2022, but hopefully we'll meet again online on other engagements. Thank you and good night.
Deserves the clap.